So we're setting everything up. If you're joining us right now, just getting everything set up, give us a couple minutes here. But pop in and say hi in the chat.
Definitely do that.
I put it on Twitter. I'm now jumping into the 2 core channels to let folks know.
Let me find your tweet and retweet it.
Mm-hmm. What's the ticket number? Where did I put that? Here it is.
Ooh, a friend of mine just published a beautiful cartoon.
Oh, yeah?
That's to share my screen.
Let's see. Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay. Incompatibility.
Let's see if I can post a link this time. Nope, still not showing, I think.
Ah, daggone it. Come on, you. Okay, copy. There's that one.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing in test.
Let me turn off my Slack. I just quit it, so we don't get any notifications like that while we're actually streaming.
Yep. Okay, there we go. All right, Slack in the core PHP and the core test channel. Shared it there. Both of those channels. Off on Twitter. I think we're good.
Okay.
Let's see. Pull this over out of the way. It's funny. I set this up for a 4-minute delay here on getting started. And it's like every time I literally need that whole 4 minutes.
Well, that's perfectly all right.
That's right. So, okay. So
that's why we do it. That's why we're here before the start time.
That's right.
So let's see.
Switch over to here. All right. So, hello, everybody. If you're joining us today, Juliette and I are going to host another live working session. So the point of these sessions, well, there's multiple points, but we literally want to work on specific things. And this one happens to be, let me share, hold on just one sec. I need to share the ticket for folks. I'm going to put that in the chat. There we go. There we go. That's in the chat now. And what we're going to do is we're going to work through this today. There's an infinite loop, not only in the function that's mentioned here, but there's other problems that Juliette found as well. So we said, let's get together and live stream this so that all of you can come collaborate with us, and let's see if we can get this fixed. Plus, there's PHP 8.1 incompatibilities. So it's a good time. Let's just get together and fix what's going on here in the file system. So hi, I'm Tonya.
And I'm Juliette.
Look how we do that.
You were pointing the wrong way.
I know. I get it. It's like, wait a minute. There we go. Opposite. Yeah. I didn't flip my camera because sometimes it drives me nuts if I have a word on my shirt and then it would be backwards. That would drive me nuts. Yeah. But then I always get my pointing wrong.
That's okay. I'll just point it out.
And that's okay too. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Where do we want to start? You want to just start by setting up what the problem space is, and then we can kind of go through the ticket?
Yeah. Okay. I was doing running some tests with PHP 8.1, and one of the issues I ran into was to do with auto-vivification from whole to array. Now, let me explain what that is. I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, I'll flip over to that here in a second. Screen sharing, and of course it's messed up. So hold on while I fix this.
Always the way.
Golly jeez, I tell you what.
Okay. We'll get there. Yeah, here we go.
We're getting there.
We've got the PHP website up now. And I'm going to go to the PHP 8.1 RFCs, and the top one, disable auto-verification on false. If you want to read up exactly on what is meant and what is supposed to, what has been changed, read up on this RFC. And Tonya, can you post a link? Because whenever I post a link, it never actually comes through.
It always messes up.
Even though I am not for YouTube. But to explain to people in the meantime what it really is, say I have a value. Come on, browser. I have a value, and that value is false. If I then approach that value as if it were an array and assign a new value to it, what will happen?
I'm putting this in the chat. Sorry, I'm sitting here and putting this in now. There we go. I was focused. Okay. You want to zoom that in so we can see that a little bit more?
Yeah, I was just
a little bit larger.
Thinking the same thing. So
yeah, it's good. It's good now.
I've created a value which is Boolean false, and I'm then using that value as an array. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah. So everybody, what do you think is going to happen? Yeah, so notice that it's a Boolean false. It's not an array, that we're trying to assign a value into an array, even though it's not an array. So let's run it and show folks what's going to happen here.
I'm going to run it. And if we then look at the results, hey, everywhere it's fine except for 8.1.
There it is.
There you get the deprecated automatic conversion of false to array is deprecated. Notice. This is auto-verification of false to array. If I'd set true here at the top and ran it, it would have thrown errors already. Look, uncalled error, cannot use scalar as an array. Warning, cannot use scalar as an array. So for true, this was already something which was not valid. If I made it the integer 0, it already happens. An error and a warning, depending on the PHP version. If I did this with a string, again, that would already give a warning or an error depending on the PHP version. So, this is not working, but with false, this used to work. Well, actually, it still works.
And it just gives a deprecation now.
Doing a var dump at the end and just showing what the value is after that assignment. You can see the value is the same. The behavior hasn't changed yet, but it is now throwing a deprecation warning, and this deprecation warning will become a fatal error as of PHP 9.
Right.
So while it still works now, it's not going to work for much longer.
Exactly.
Now, why is this something which is interesting for us to look at? There are a lot of functions, especially in WordPress, which will return a value or false. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, get transient, which is a WordPress function, and we give it a transient name and we expect a transient. If the transient we expect back is supposed to be an array, then it's not so strange to approach that value as an array. But if the transient didn't exist yet, because it never been set before, get transient returns false.
And there you get that deprecation currently, and later a fatal.
Yeah, this particular code pattern, if the transient expected is supposed to be an array, and and didn't exist before, this will now always throw this deprecation warning in PHP 8.1 or above.
Yep.
That is happening in this in one of these functions. And while I was trying to test this on Windows, I ran into a problem because I couldn't test it. I couldn't test my fix because if I ran the tests without the fix, they would just go into an infinite loop. The test would never stop, finish running. So then I did some digging and pinged some people, most notably Sergey. And Sergey then said, hang on, there is a ticket for that already. So I went to that ticket, left a comment, realized afterwards, hang on, they're actually talking about a different function. But there's two functions basically, which are very close together in the same file, which are both affected by the infinite loop problem. And one of the two also has this issue with get transient and auto-verification of false to array. And that's the reason why we're going to look at this. So the ticket is this ticket, 52241. I think Tonya already posted it in the chat. Infinite loop in clean deer size cache. And I'd say let's first just read through what's been done there already.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
As patch keyword. So we also need to look at what's been done patch-wise already. We need to make sure that the tests which are there actually are good enough for to catch this issue.
Yep.
So let's look at this. Or shall I first very briefly just demonstrate the problem?
Why don't we demonstrate the problem? Yeah, and then we can get back to I think having that context will help as we read through this. Hey, and Isaac, okay. I saw you there. Hey, welcome. Yeah, Air will definitely be there later on. Now, as you saw, as she demonstrated, you saw all the different what can happen, right? With that auto communication.
Yeah.
And just think, her native is Dutch and mine's English, and I can't say it, but she can. So
I've got to learn. And yes, I have made my font setting larger on the command line. If it's still too small, let me know, and I'll make it
a little bit bigger, please.
Still? Okay.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Wow. I'm normally on 11. And last few times we did 16. Okay, so the particular tests file is in the multi-site group. Do not ask me why, because obviously these functions are supposed to run on single site as well. So we can already identify that there's a lack of single site tests for this function.
Mm-hmm.
But these are the tests which we know are there. And I'm currently on PHP 8.0.
Okay.
And this is what happens when I run them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look at that. We have an infinite loop. What does the ticket say? Infinite loop.
Yeah. This is, and I can leave this running while we read the ticket, and we can come back to it and see that it's still running. It's literally not doing anything. So I'm just going to terminate it now. If I switch to PHP 8.1, and I'm on RC2, well, the current version is RC3, but for the purposes of this ticket, it doesn't matter. If I go to to PHP 8.1, we can see that it's actually erroring out. It does run, but because the error happens before the infinite loop, it just errors out those tests. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, there are actually 6 tests which each hit this problem of the auto-verification to false.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's look at the actual problem.
At the ticket.
Yeah.
Pull this up. All right. So this is a problem that was reported quite a while ago, so everybody knows. This function, the clean underscore directory size cache, that was introduced in WordPress 5.6. This was reported 9 months ago. And It's been on the radar for 5.9, which is why I took over ownership of it so that we could get this in here.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it's not surprising it didn't get extremely high priority because at the end of the day, most web servers worldwide run on Linux
Yep.
or on a variant of it.
Yep.
There's very, very few web servers which run on Windows. So most likely the people who run into this are mostly devs.
Yeah. Right. So, the point there is there's because it's a smaller subset of people, it's not that we're ignoring that. There's just so much time in a day and so many things we can get in. So prioritization of trying to find where fixes can hit the majority of people. But we did, because now we're also working on PHP 8.1 incompatibilities. It's like, woo, this falls right into our scope of radar of trying to fix some of these incompatibilities, because then Juliette ran right into the infinite loop problem. So it was a great time to go, let's talk about these 8.1 and hey, let's fix this problem too. Oh, and tests as well. So,
well, luckily there are tests.
Yes.
Or
multi-site.
Yeah, the bit about infinite loop, that's an awkward one to figure out a test for, because basically the only thing you can really do is annotate it with small or medium or large, but then you need an extra dependency from PHP units to then make those tests fail if they take longer than the expected runtime.
Yep.
So this is not something an infinite loop is not something we can easily address in the test suite by adding an extra test.
Correct. And great that you explained that to folks. So here we can see the infinite loop because she's having it right now. We have others who have contributed to this ticket who have the infinite loop. So now that we see it in action, now we can start to work through it to resolve what it is.
Yeah.
All right. So what do we got here?
So basically, let me read this. It checks if path is not the root or a higher up path. It does a dir name. It keeps going up a level.
Yeah, it's working its way up.
The failure conditions of when that while loop needs to stop are, they are not specific enough to also stop it for Windows, which means it keeps passing the same path to their name path and
just keeps going.
It keeps going and never ends.
Right. Does everybody know why that is? If you look at that, look at the dot and the dot dot. Right. So for the Windows side of things, it's a bit different, and that's what we'll get into as we start to look at this.
Well, it gets stuck at the root, the root of the disk, basically. That's what the original poster reported. And we can test that, of course.
Absolutely, we can test that. Well, you can test it since you're on Windows.
I can't test it on 3fal because I don't think 3fal is on Windows. Let me just create a small script.
Yeah. So folks know why you're doing that. Juliette is on a Windows machine locally. I'm on a Mac machine, so it made sense to have her driving today so that she can show what's happening literally on the Windows machine. Yeah. Because I haven't virtualized it yet to set it up on mine. I keep saying I will, but I haven't done that yet.
That's okay.
That's all right. If we partner up together, it works this way. So.
It works perfectly well this way. Okay, so I've created a little test script. Let's have a look. Is the font readable?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, is it large enough?
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. So basically saying, give me as the base path to start off with
Yep.
the current file name.
Yep.
And then, literally I'm taking the condition as it was in the ticket.
Yep.
And
then
but
just
then
dumping
instead
it.
of doing unset, I'm dumping the path and seeing what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So let me save this somewhere where we can use it.
And then we can watch it.
Yeah. And obviously we do want to see it actually do something. So I'm going to place it in a subdirectory of my WordPress directory.
There you go.
Okay, let's break. But we can see here. Let me go. Okay, here's where we started. The first time I did the dir name, it gives me dir the actual directory, the files in. Then it goes one up, and then it hits the Windows disk directory, and it's going.
Mm-hmm.
So what is happening here? There's something there with dir name we need to look at. So let's have a look at dir name in the PHP manual. What are the return fields? It returns the path of a parent directory. If there are no slashes in path, a dot is returned, indicating the current directory. Otherwise, the return string is path with any trailing slash component removed. But this is interesting. Because it doesn't return something like false or null or something when
it does not.
When it can't go any higher. So with Windows,
it's really interesting that it does not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No doubt there will be something useful in the comments here, but let's first have a look at the tickets and see what people have already figured out about this.
Yep. They added another condition in there, so.
Debug screenshots, someone shows, that's all good. Someone asking for when there's going to be a patch. Windows server-based multi-sites continues to affect ISS. Yeah, not surprising because it hasn't been fixed. Okay, now Eco Junior, I'm hoping that I'm pronouncing this correctly, says, okay, may not be the most elegant solution, but it's a small, simple change, and I'm a little surprised this didn't wouldn't have gotten a high priority. The modified code compares last path with the current path, and if the path is the same as the previous one, it will break out of the loop. That actually sounds like a very sensible thing to do.
It does.
Yeah. More people disappointing that hasn't been addressed yet. Okay, and this also happens on Unix if the path is empty.
Yep.
There should be an added empty check for path as well.
That's very helpful.
Yeah.
So now it's not just Windows, right? We've also got Unix now and Windows.
And then we get to my comments where I'm saying, hang on, the 8.1 is also problematic. So someone created a patch. Let's have a look at that patch. Okay, that's basically checking hard-coded check, adding a hard-coded check for a typical Windows disk name.
Yep.
I think the solution of checking if the path returned is the same as the previous path is more elegant and more
cross-platform.
Yeah, more cross-platform, more elegant. We don't have to take into account maybe differences between different Windows server types and versions. It'll be a more stable solution, I think. So I think we're gonna not use this patch.
Correct.
But let's look at the actual code. And I did have it lined up. So this is the particular function which we're going to start with for now.
Yep.
Let's look at the code. Okay, here they do an empty for directory cache after the gets transient, which is why they're not hitting any issues with this when this returns false.
Correct.
So that part has been addressed already. And trailing slash it then for the current path. But then that gives the problem. It doesn't address the problem with the Linux issue when path is empty. So here we should probably do or empty path. Then we can just return.
Yep.
That prevents the issue on Linux.
On Unix.
Yeah. Path is untrailing slash it path.
All right, so we took care of that part. That's good.
Yeah. Then we're going to unset. Then I'm going to say last. Sorry. We're in WordPress, so underscore snake8. Last path is. No, hang on. Am I doing this right? No. No, okay. Last part is part.
Line everything up.
Okay. If last part is part, but yeah. No, we're still going to run into a problem here.
Yep.
Because then here we don't. Last part doesn't exist yet.
Doesn't exist yet.
So let's just set it as null in that case. Last part is null, and let's check what untrailing slash it can return.
Yeah.
It always returns a string or not. Because in that case, null and the string will never be the same, so then we're good. String without trailing slashes, yes, just an rtrim on the string.
Yeah.
So yeah, it will always return a string. We can safely set last part to null to start with. Null, when it compares to the original part, will never be the same. So then it can continue, and then it set last part to the original part. It goes to the new part, and then does the unset.
We want that to be last path is not equal to path, correct?
Yeah, correct. I'm just thinking, is it going to try to unset the same path twice? It probably is, but that's not a problem. Because if something doesn't exist and you try to unset it, PHP is not going to give an error.
It is not. Yeah.
So, for the clean dir size, I mean, that still doesn't address the same problem or similar problem in recurse dir size.
Yeah.
But let's at least try and run the test with this and see
what happens.
If we get any further. Yeah. Or you know what? Let's take this condition and put it in my tests here.
There you go.
Hang on.
Well, that way you're isolating to just test that part.
Yeah. And I need to declare last path, obviously.
Isaac's asking, here, let me put this up on the screen. Good question.
Yeah.
Should you reproduce the Linux issue before implementing that extra empty path to make sure that it's actually happening, or because your years of experience, you already know it's an issue?
Very good question.
That's a very good question.
And yes, we should reproduce it. At the same time, we're not going to put this into core without tests. So we're going to add a test for this.
Correct. Yeah.
And I mean, realistically, where are we? Okay, here. Realistically, this should be a string, and it should be a non-empty string. The fact, if you pass it an empty string something which is not a string, it should error out anyway. We should maybe even say, if path is not a scalar,
correct,
and or it's empty, we should error out.
Yep.
Because if a scalar would still be handled correctly when passed to rtrim, but it will still be a problem, I think. I think we should maybe just say, if it's not a string, return out. Correct. And the fact, I'm wondering if we should throw a doing it wrong if someone throws a non-string at this function.
Yes, that goes back to our input validation of the input that's coming into a function or method, and ensuring, because we say it should be a string and we're operating on it as though it is a string. Well, what if we're not getting a string, right? So doing that double checks. Now, if it's empty, you wouldn't want to work. Why do all the processing before or after that, right? There's nothing to process after that because it's empty at that point. Your question on should you validate and reproduce that it's happening specifically on Unix, our normal process, or the process I like to go through, is I like to reproduce an issue to know that there is an issue that I need to be fixing. In this case, I don't have a Unix machine or virtualization of it to do that fix. However, I can see, go ahead.
Independently of whether we have a Unix machine or not available at the moment, the CI checks are being run on Unix. So if we add test for passing an empty string, then basically we can safeguard what's happening. And an empty string is never valid for this function anyway. There's nothing to clean.
Yeah, there's nothing to clean there at that point, so why would we go through the processing?
Whether it causes a problem on Linux or not, it's just not a valid input.
Yeah. They're saying Unix, not Linux, so that's
okay.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. I can test it locally for Linux.
Find that comment again. Yeah, but Linux and Unix in this case should not really make a difference.
It should make a difference at that point. So, does that kind of make sense, Isaac, what we're saying here for this one? Yeah, it is a very good practice to reproduce an issue so that you can see that issue and then know how to fix the issue. Absolutely. That is something that you should be doing in this case. We can go through this process of, we can even logically look at it to go, wait a minute. In this case, why would you ever want to continue working on something if there's nothing there to work on? So it kind of makes sense anyway. Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
the function lacks input validation, and we need to add that anyway. And this is part of adding input validation.
Absolutely.
And the input validation, which is not just for Linux, it would also be exactly the same for Windows.
Any machine that you're working on.
You know what? Let me run the test
Yeah.
as I set it up now first.
Yep.
And next I'll run here with an empty string as path. And let's see what happens on Windows, because I'm pretty sure it's the same problem.
Yep.
So first, let's just run this. Oh,
You got a
okay.
person.
Error.
Whoopsie.
Where did it? Oh yeah,
Right there.
yeah.
Yes, it's Isaac's asking, are these function guards? Yes, guard clauses. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing here, that you go through at the top, you do whatever validation you want to do that says, if I'm not in the right state that I want to do work, bail out. Or pop an error of some sort and then bail out of it. So yes, it's a guard.
Yeah. And as I suspected, first, the infinite loop is gone. Second, yes, it does only
One more
stop.
time.
Second time, it does. It runs into that path. At the same time, with all that's being done with the path is an unset.
Right.
That's not a problem, because if that value doesn't exist, that's not gonna be problematic for the unset. So let's comment out what we did here and go back to basically what the original clause was, and then give it an empty string to see if we then have the same problem on Windows as what was pointed out for Linux. Yeah, there we go.
There it is. Same thing.
Same problem on Windows.
Yep.
And if I then put that patch back in, that should be solved, of course, anyway. But basically, again, it makes no sense to even go into the while and do a dir name on an empty string.
That's right. So there.
So, we have actually, in this case, proven the bug.
There you go.
Linux and Windows.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what platform at that point. You're trying to operate on something where you've gotten an empty coming into it.
Yeah. So, sorry, making a mess. I'm making a mess. Give me a moment to.
Sure. Everybody talk amongst yourselves. Mute.
Mute.
This is the beauty of live. You get to actually see us live even when we screw up.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened here. Well, I do know what happened, but something didn't go the way I wanted it to.
That's okay. I tell you what, why don't I grab a cup of water while you clean up, and we'll come right back. We're going to mute for a moment. Give us all a chance to recompose ourselves.
Yes, sorry.
All cleaned
All
up?
right. Sort of.
Good
Well
enough
enough.
for right now?
Good enough for now.
Oh my.
I'll get the vacuum out later.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we've solved the basic problem.
Yep.
But if we now look at that function, what we said before, okay, the empty solves the immediate problem with the empty string, but a non-string doesn't make sense
It does not make sense. Correct.
because a non-string can never be a path.
Correct.
So do we want to do doing it wrong there?
I think so.
Mm-mm.
Now you're going to get into, we're changing some of the behavior now, because if you're passing in, let's check that out. What happens? Well, we already did though, didn't we? We did that in that eval that you were running earlier to see what happens when you pass something else in, if I remember correctly.
No, that was for the authentication.
Oh, that's what that was. Yeah. Nope. Sorry.
Yeah. So in this case, basically the first thing what's happening here is the path gets passed to untrailing slash it.
Yep.
We already looked up what untrailing slashes does, and that's an R trim.
So let's just use that and see what happens.
We can use that. Let me create a second eval in case we need to go back to the first.
While you're doing that, I'll explain to folks what we're doing here is we would love to put in very strict input validation in to say if something out there is passing a non-string, that it gets to doing it wrong. Before we do that, we need to see what the behavior is when we pass in a non-string to see if something is changing at that point, so we understand that.
Yes and no. Sorry, Tonya. The thing is, doing a dir name on a non-string is going to be absolute nonsense anyway.
Yeah, I'm curious to see with the R trim what happens. Does it convert it into a string if it's
yeah, with an R trim it will for scalars it will
for
convert
scalars,
it to.
right?
So let me create an array of inputs. And we're gonna say null, false, true, 0, 1, empty string, and I'm not even going to bother with floats. They're going to be the same behavior anyway.
Yep.
And path to file. So only the last one is actually something we really
want to work on.
Yeah. Everything else is, if you pass it to dir name, it's not going to make any sense.
Right. So let's take a look to see what gets set into that path after it runs through that R trim with things that are not strings, but are scalars. There you
go. Okay, hang on. So C is, let's do the, the trimmed version is going to be passed on. Yep. So let's save that trim and then do a var dump of dir name on that value as well.
On the value as well. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and then use all versions which we want to support on unexpected.
Syntax there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it happens. Even doesn't matter how experienced you are, semicolons will be forgotten.
100%. All right, so what do we got? Well, we know we have a deprecation. Yep, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right, so
the first. Okay, let's do an echo. So we know which the echoes are for.
That's a good idea.
Each different input. So we separate those. Okay, so if we now look at what's happening in most PHP versions, all the ones which are relevant except for 8.1, you can see that the R trim will return a string, no matter
Right.
what. I mean, okay, it wouldn't with an array or an object, but we're not talking about those at this moment. Mm, I very much doubt we should want to support an object with a toString function in this case. So if you look at path to file, that's the only one where dir name actually makes sense and is gonna do something. If you pass it 1, it comes back with a dot. If you pass it 0, it comes back. These things do not make sense. You're going to be unsetting something from a dir cache, which shouldn't be unset because it doesn't actually have a relationship to what the input you gave the function.
Right. Now, by saying if it's not a string, then doing it wrong. Right now, if it's not a string, but it is a scalar, we can see that it will operate and it's not going to throw any problems until you get to 8.1 where it's going to, what did it have up there? I forget the deprecation. What was that deprecation?
Yeah, for 8.1
oh,
is
null. That's the null
null
part. But the string part will not do anything. It'll process and it'll give you back something without any warnings, notices, errors. The data doesn't always make sense and there's no reason to go and do this processing when it's not. But adding and doing a wrong end, yes, literally you're doing it wrong, but at the same time, you'd be getting a notice when you're not getting anything right now. So that's where that conversation of what do we want to do about input validation, because there would be a little bit of a difference here now between if we're checking for, you literally need to be a string and not be empty. Well, the empty we don't necessarily need to say a doing it wrong, but literally you didn't give a string at that point. Do we want to throw a doing it wrong?
The thing is, not passing a string here is just wrong.
It is wrong.
There's nothing this function can do if you don't pass it a path as a string. I'd add a string. I mean, if we want to be strict about it, we add a string as a type declaration, but then we need 7.0.
Correct.
A non-nullable string. And we then check that string is non-empty and preferably path. Because even when the string is not empty, but not a usable value, like string, it's going to be unsetting something in a cache which has no relationship to what was passed.
Correct.
If we're going to allow this, we're enticing the function. Yes, we're changing behavior if we're going to add a doing it wrong, but at the same time, we're fixing a bug. Because the fact that something is being unset, which shouldn't have been unset, is a bug.
Yeah, for everything except for the Boolean states up there, right? No, that's null and false. Those were the only two that it's just an empty and it would bail out with our empty check now and not even go process. But the other ones would not be. Well, there's one more there. I don't remember what that one is. Is that an empty string? Oh, and that would bail out too. But a true, a 1.
A false would bail out.
Yep, null bails out, false bails out, empty string will bail out, but everything else.
Yeah, this is true, this is integer 0 and 1, and we don't want those either.
Right.
I mean, realistically, we don't even want this one.
We don't want that one either. Let me back up real quick for folks, too. You said we could put in, if we were on 7.0 or higher, as our minimum for WordPress, which we are not yet. We will be, but we're not yet. Putting the type hinting in to say it has to be a string would throw a fatal error if somebody out there in an extender land is injecting something in that is of a different data type. So that would be a very bad experience for some user who doesn't understand, wait, it worked before and now I get a fatal error. So that's something that we in a legacy system is something that is a hard decision to make because it could potentially have a very bad experience for a user. But putting in doing it wrong is not, right? It's not going to give a fatal error.
Yeah, and it's doing it wrong is a notice level in PHP, which is silenced by default on people use the default any production for PHP, that's silenced.
Yep.
If they use the default error level settings for WordPress, it's silenced. It's only developers who generally see this.
Who we
And
want to see it. Yeah.
yeah, and if I'm realistic, I'm going to say we should check if it's a string. If it's not a string, we're going to try doing it wrong.
Yep.
If it's empty, well, I'm not sure if we should try doing it wrong, but we definitely need to bow out.
Yes, definitely.
And if it's a string which doesn't have either forward or backward slashes,
Yep.
because Windows or versus Linux, then we're gonna unset the check to unset whatever the value is here and bow out straight
And then
after
bow out. Yep.
not go into the loop.
Yep.
You agree?
I agree with that. I think this is a perfect example of where this makes sense. One, we would then be, yes, we're adding a do it wrong. And if there's some theme or plugin out there that gets that doing it wrong notice, it will, for the majority of people, their user sites, they're never going to see that. We want the developer to see that and then make a fix because it's doing it wrong.
And I'm going to put this check before we're even going to do the get transient, because otherwise we're going to retrieve a transient which we don't need.
Correct.
So if
not string
is string path, and I'm just sort of coding it now, not completely coding it, doing it wrong.
Yep.
Should we also do this with empty now?
I think so. The empty, I don't think we should be getting the transient. If it's empty, there's nothing to do here.
True. And the thing is, if we use empty, the Boolean false is also empty. But by doing combining empty with the not string, we'll catch both and still have the problem. The doing it wrong.
Yeah, this literally should never be called if
here,
it's empty.
We should check if string position paths, and I need to check that I'm doing this right, is false, and string position paths backslash is false. So if neither a backslash nor a forward slash exists,
it's
then,
not a path.
then do unset paths. We can just unset whatever is and just return out.
Yep.
And let me verify that. I mean, seriously, it doesn't matter how many years experience you have. I still look up to make sure that I do the order and of the parameters correctly.
Me too.
So haystack, needle, and they're both strings, so I'm doing it correctly in this case. And the reason why I'm doing a strict check against false is string position might return position 0, which that would be the first character.
That's right.
And that would actually mean it is a path.
Yep.
So we really have to do a strict check against false here. Well, do we want to code out the doing it wrong?
Yeah, why don't we?
Yeah, let me.
I mean, we're here, so let's go ahead.
Yeah.
I always look for examples whenever I do it wrong. That's just me. Yeah, she's doing the same thing.
Yeah, just copy it just to make sure that we've got the syntax right and everything. And I know we were in that line, so here we go. Doing it wrong. We know the function.
Yep.
The error message should be something like clean dir size cache should only accepts. I'm spelling it wrong.
Accept as in ACCEPT? Or expect?
You're for dyslexic here.
Are you saying expect?
Yeah.
Accept.
You were going to put me for an
sorry
for a dyslexic to be able to.
I went too fast.
Foreign language.
It's kind of like that. Someone leaves you a phone number on your voicemail. Can you give me a call back at this number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Okay, let's. Okay. I'm gonna do it slightly differently here. Let's make it very informative. The version we're going to do it in is 5.9.0, so
correct.
We can already say that. And I'm going to do a sprint F here. And in the sprint F, I'm going to say only accept a string received.
And then tell them what we received.
Yeah, gets and let's make sure that I'm doing this correct. I think it's get type, but it might be with an underscore. No, I was correct this time. Get type. So I'm gonna do get type.
What if it receives a string but it's empty? Because we got or empty.
A non-empty path string.
There you go. Now you got both.
Received, and I could do the value. But the thing is, I'm in two minds here. How much effort do I want to let PHP? How much processing power do I want to let PHP use to create a doing it wrong message?
Mm-hmm.
I can make this a really complicated message, but how much? I mean, the chances of someone doing it wrong is small.
Correct. So don't consume the time with it.
Yeah.
I think what we have here, actually, we're saying it can't be a non-empty path string, and I receive this type. I think that's very helpful, much more than you usually get.
And because I'm doing sprint F and on a translatable string, I've added that $S as a placeholder, so I need to tell translators what that placeholder is. So I'm adding a translator's comment straight away as well. A variable type like Boolean or integer.
There you go.
That gives enough of an explanation of what this will, this should say.
Very good.
So now we've got that sorted.
So remove that comment. Okay.
Yeah.
And we want to bail out there too.
Doing it wrong doesn't do that automatically. No. Okay, let's do a return. Okay, so doing it wrong, we're going to return if...
We should be returning empty strings though. Right? Because, wait, no, just return. Never mind.
No
yeah.
Sorry, there's no return value.
Nope,
here.
There's no return value. Yep.
So if it's not a string or it's empty, we're going to try doing it wrong and bow out. If empty directory cache, then it's also going to bow out, but that was already done. Mm-hmm. If it's a string, a non-empty string, but it doesn't have any slashes in it, we're just going to unset the value which was given to us and then return and not go into the loop. Mm-hmm. And if there's a loop, we've got last path set and we're doing that comparison, and that may mean we have one extra loop compared to what we need, but that is not a problem because what we're doing is unset.
Well, wait, hold on though. We're unsetting what we got from the transient, but we're not setting it back into the transient when we bow out if it's not a path.
Yes, you're correct. Mm-hmm. So here we need to do the set transient as well.
Right.
We don't need to do it for those two.
Don't need it there. Right.
but we do need it here.
Right.
Okay, this sounds reasonable to me. Does it sound reasonable to you?
Yeah, I'm just checking just to make sure. So we got that. What about if that's empty? That makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, that looks good.
I do have a tendency, but this is just me. We now have 4 conditions in this while.
Yeah.
To me, this is way too much for readability.
I agree.
So
I like breaking them up too.
Yeah, breaking them up to 1 condition per line, and then having this bracket back at the start, so we know this is where the actual content of the body of the control structure starts, and this is what the condition is.
Yeah, it
So
just
it's up and readable now.
What do you think, Isaac? It just kind of looks good when you're reading to go bump, bump, bump. Otherwise, you got to find where the operator is at to go, okay, and or. This just, you can just see it stacked. So I like that too. My eyes just naturally can read that better. I can see each condition.
Yeah, and I think we should probably do that here as well for the string positions.
I agree.
It gets rid of some long lines and it improves readability.
Good. Yeah, Isaac said, yep, absolutely better. Okay, good.
But here within the function call, I've already made them all multi-line. We can't really make this line any shorter without breaking the string into multiple strings. I think this is fine as it is.
I do too. Yeah.
But these conditions just look more readable this way.
I completely agree. Yep.
Okay, if we then look at it test-wise, we need to add a test with an empty string.
Yep.
We need to add a test with anything non-string to throw at it to check that we're getting to doing it wrong.
Correct.
We can't add a test for the infinite loop unless we actually add processing time limits to the test suite.
Yep.
So
we've got some data providers that we can have different data sets now to be able to test.
We can have a look at the tests now, and let's see. Not sure
Isaac's asking
in WordPress core, but I usually take that out into its own little function and call it something descriptive. Are you talking about doing it wrong? To be quite, things like having the multi-line conditions like this is fine in WordPress coding standards, and we can check that in a moment anyway. And if it's not fine, I will make it fine because I think this is the way it should be. I maintain coding standards. So let's just make sure it's fine.
Yeah. Now, your comment about like checking if it's a file path, is file path? You could create a function like that so that you can repurpose some of this functionality in here.
You can be a function in WordPress.
Yeah, it might be.
Do we know?
I have no idea, but that could be something too that we could take a look at. But I do the same thing when I think about encapsulating some of this logic. I do the same thing of thinking, can I break this out? If I'm in a class, that becomes very simple that I can go and say, okay, this can just be a private or protected, and I can encapsulate some of that other functionality that's going on. In core itself or in procedural type code, we need to think about that is this something that we want as part of the public API global functions that can be used, or is this just a private? Adding more and more private functionality in a procedural type of coding standard to me just doesn't make sense at that point. So just kind of want to put that in there.
Yeah, and I think it would be a good thing if we break it out, but this would be really useful to have Sergey here because he would know if a function like this exists.
I talked to him. He said he'd be in probably within the next half hour or so, and will join us.
So we can check. Let's work on the test, and then we can check later with Sergey if there's a function for what we're doing here.
Yeah, he would know right off the top of his head, that historian guy. Yeah.
Seriously.
Seriously would know.
Let's look at what's there in the test. So get dir cache in recursive dir size mock. Oh my God, these tests are way too. Yeah, no. We're not going to fix the test. We're not going to fix the test. We're just going to sort out what we set out to sort out.
Yeah.
Why isn't the guard on line 8247 together with the guard in?
Sure, let's take a look.
Okay. Okay, the reason is because we need the transient. A transient is basically a temporary value which WordPress has stored in the database. It's a transient value, a temporary value. For instance, what's stored in transients is when WordPress checks if there are new versions available for your plugins or themes. It stores in the database when it did the last check and what the return value was. So it now retrieves the previously stored temporary value for the dir size cache.
Mm-hmm.
It then checks if nothing was stored before, then we've got nothing to do because we don't. The function is intended to clean the cache. So if there's nothing to do, we can bow out. Mm-hmm. If it's not a part, this condition, which is what you're asking about, then we still need to clean the one value from the dir directory cache and set that back as a transient.
Does that make sense, Isaac? So we needed to do one more step with the transient and then set it back. So that's why that guard clause for checking if we have a path can't be put into the very top when you enter into the function. There, we got to go get the transient. If the transient's empty, bail out, and then we can do that check because we need to act upon it if it's not a file system, right? So that's what we're trying to do there. He says, yeah. I think so.
Let us know if you have more questions. Please do.
Yeah, you're doing great. Keep asking.
Yeah. So, okay, we're not going to fix the tests. We're just going to look what's there. And if there is a test with a data provider where we can add what we want to add to, we'll add it. And otherwise, we'll create extra tests for what we're doing.
Wait, he's got one more question. He's saying, if path is not a path, should you still get the transient? Yes, because we need to then clear that path out of that transient and then set it back.
It's basically the case here where it's this case where we pass its string because we have checked before already that it is a string and it's a non-empty string. Mm-hmm. So something has been passed. Mm-hmm. The thing is that string may also be root path.
Yeah.
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 So let's just run that.
Let's make sure.
And let's not run the other inputs which are
already know.
Let's just run with those.
Yep, root path stays the same.
We should still clear it out. If it says string, we shouldn't clear out root path. But if there is a transient index set for string, we should clear that out. And with something which actually has a path where dir name makes sense, calling the function dir name, then we just go into the loop and actually clear it for everything.
Yeah, he's saying, feeling a bit sorry. Yeah, hey, ask questions, because guess what? If you have a question, somebody else might have the exact same question. So this can also help other people who will watch this later. This will live out there on YouTube. Anybody can come watch it.
And in case you haven't noticed yet, we both enjoy explaining things.
We really do. And at the same time, guess what? What if your question is something that we hadn't thought of and we missed? Yeah. It's part of the collaboration process.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, we've had that before when there was some question asked and it was just a situation where we had a blind spot. We hadn't considered it.
Absolutely.
And it's great having those questions. It helps us make sure that the fix we put in place is the actual correct fix.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely. Because guess what? We're going to miss stuff. So yes, keep asking questions. Yeah.
It's also why we're doing this together anyway in the first place, because again, two know more than one.
Yeah. Yep, that's right. So. Oh.
So get
Okay.
back to the text. Okay, so we had get their cache in recurse their size mock.
I really, really
Clean
want to clean up those tests, but
clean their size cache folder. Seriously, you know what? I think we just need to add some extra ones.
yeah.
That makes a lot more sense than trying to do something here. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just. Can I change one thing though? No, actually,
What?
no. I know there's another patch for that, so let that other patch handle it.
Oh, with the visibility? Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. Um,
Yeah,
the
there's another
function.
patch there Colin's taking care of for us. So.
Yeah. So clear dir size cache. The function we want is test clear dir size cache with invalid inputs.
Yep.
And then we want this to read inputs. We want to annotate it with a ticket number. What is the ticket number?
Oh, let me see. I gotta go there. Wrong thing.
422, 52241.
52241. Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna add a cover stack. We're
Yes.
doing all the best practice stuff which nobody else does.
Yeah. And
I'm
that's
actually
good too. I can. So
annotate.
folks know there is a ticket out there, and Paul has been working on adding more and more covers tags. Thank you. But when we add a new test in here, we want to add that covers as well.
Inputs to use in the test.
You're going to need a data provider.
Yep. So data provider, and I'm gonna call that data provider exactly the same as the test with
Except
one
data.
difference. I'm gonna call it data.
Yep.
Then with the data provider, I'm gonna call this meta of a function, I should say. With the inputs. And now I need to annotate that I'm expecting it doing it wrong. Crikey, how did I do that again? Let's look that up in the Make Core Handbook. Because I don't know everything by heart either. Where is the bit about writing tests? Writing tests. Does it say how we need to annotate that we expect to doing it wrong or not?
Is that even in there?
Expect deprecated.
Yeah.
Is incorrect usage. Yeah.
Incorrect usage right there. Yep.
So that's the annotation I need. So, whoa, yet another annotation. Okay, then I'm going to give it a description as well, might as well. I know it's not very common in the WordPress test suite to have descriptions of tests. Mm-hmm. I think it's good practice to have them. Tests the handling of invalid paths parameters of tests the handling of invalid data passed as the path parameter. Does that make sense? Is that a good enough description?
Yes. I had to read it.
Yeah.
Sorry, while she was typing things out, I was helping somebody in Slack, so just ignore me here. Doing dual things.
Yeah, multitasking is not a thing. You know that, don't you?
Oh, goodness.
Right, so we're going to return it an array, and we're going to pass it null, and each... Okay, so this array, for those people who don't know what data providers are, data providers is a way to run the same test with different data multiple times. Sometimes you need to just pass it one parameter, sometimes more parameters. So every test you basically do is a data set, which is in its own array. So in this case, I'm going to create an array with null. This null here is what's going to be passed to input. Now, what is happening here? I'm naming this data set null so that it's more descriptive for the next person to understand what this test is supposed to do. Boolean false. And we don't need to test all the different values. But I'm just going to give it a couple. I'm going to give it an empty string.
Yep.
And I'm going to give it an array. Just for argument's sake. Yep. Array. So now I'm nesting an array here with two values just to give it an array. Now I'm going to line up those arrows.
Or even the array could even be an array of file paths that someone was thinking, oh, it can handle an array of paths, right?
Good.
Just to make it a little bit more relative.
Yeah. Something like this.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. This is one test. Then we have the test where we need to basically set a transient and then give it a non-path string and make sure that if that non-path string is there, it's cleared out.
Correct.
So I'm going to just see if they're actually setting transients here before. Yes.
It should be, yes. Looks like they're deleting first.
Yes. Okay, so they actually have a mock function here for dear size cache. So basically we want a different mock function because that's not the one which we want. But at least it gives us the format of what the transient should be like. And we want set transients. Let's just copy this and then throw nearly everything out.
Yeah. But it's a starting point.
Yeah. I don't like the prefix underscore here. I do think we can
just
make it
private.
a private. And we can just say mock dear size cache with non-path string.
There you go.
We don't need a site ID. We don't need this. Do we? No, we don't.
No, we don't.
We're just gonna give it a string. Let's do 2. Let's do those 2 tests which we had previously.
Yes.
Size 50. Size 30. 42.
All
Oh.
right.
And if you don't know why I'm laughing at 42, go look it up. So now I'm going to create the function properly again. Test clean dir size cache with non-string path. And we know that it's the same ticket.
That's a good starting point. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well, okay. Test handling of a non-path
String.
Text string passed as the path parameter. Ticket is correct. The covers is correct. We're now gonna
That one.
Adjust the data provider because we are going to use a data provider. We don't expect incorrect usage.
Correct.
And we are going to give it input. Yeah. And we could actually call it path.
Sure.
Because that's what...
That is what we're expecting.
The previous one as well. Path, and path.
Right.
Path input to use in the test.
There you go. Now the other one was with invalid type. This one is a string, so our parameter there is not mixed at that point then.
Yeah, correct. So we can just make it a string, and we can create a data provider where single dot is the one. Non-existent, that is another one. Non-existent string but non-path. And then the non-path, the plain non-path one. String. Those are basically the 3 test cases we want here. Is that correct? And should we have the does not exist in this test? We might as well.
Yeah.
Set the dir size cache to our mock. We don't care about multi-site or not at this moment. We don't care about this either. We can basically clear everything else out.
Yes, bye-bye.
We're just setting the transient and then calling that function. And then after we call that function, we need to get the transient and check the value. So here we can just copy that line. We could even check at the start if the transient got set correctly, but let's presume it will get set correctly.
Yeah.
Get transient. Now, when we test this, we first need to make sure that what we get back is an array before we approach it as an array. So assert is array cache. That's the first assertion.
That's right.
How are we going to test this? We can do an assert count, because basically we expect one except for which does not exist. So let's just add an expected count here. Param integer expected count. Expected number of paths in the cache after cleaning. So then we now have a second value to add to the data provider array. Now, the reason why I'm going to multi-line arrays is because it just makes sense to make them more descriptive then. So now I'm going to say the third value is path, the second value is expected count, and here the expected count is 1. And okay, let's just do this, do that, then that becomes that becomes that, then I can remove that, remove that, and here we go.
There we go.
So, are we agreed this is what the expectation should be?
Yep.
Okay, then we go assert count expected count and let it count the cache. And what this particular test is now testing is basically this part. These are all three values which we're passing it. Do not have backslash or forward slashes. We know that dir name is not going to work on it, but we do want to check that it does unset.
That it does unset it.
Yeah, and if there is something to unset, that it does write back the transient if needs be. So it literally tests this particular condition.
Correct. Yeah, so by checking that expected count, we're literally checking, did it remove the one if it existed in that transient, right? So, okay, let's see what happens.
I'm just looking, are there any other tests which we needed to do? We've tested that bit, which we added.
Not that bit.
Including the empty part. We're testing we're doing it wrong. Can we set an expectation that we're getting the right doing it wrong? Hang on.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, so let's see how we do that, because I don't know that by heart.
Let me look.
I've got...
I see your question, Isaac. We'll get right back to it. Let us hunt this down here.
Let's just find some examples of how expect deprecated is used, because clearly it's not documented well enough in a way that it's easy to see how it should be used.
I'm seeing the usage too without the annotation, that you can check the function name of the doing it wrong. By doing a set expected incorrect usage, yeah.
So set expected incorrect usage, and that expects the name of the function that should be the first argument. So let's do that then. So this set expected incorrect usage,
And that
and then
there.
Yes. And Isaac was saying in online 378, yes, you're completely correct. I hadn't changed the data provider function names. Thank you for paying so much attention. Well done. Okay, and with those names all being in having sort of the same suffix, we very clearly link these things together. And yeah, we don't have to clean here because we're mocking the deer size cache. Having clean in there, yeah, we're not mocking the cleaning.
Right.
So.
No, it's good.
Anything else in the actual function which needs? Yeah, the bit
that
with last part, we can't really test that.
Right. We can't.
I'm really trying to think if there's anything we can do there. Okay, let's think about that later. Let's
test
first
what we've
got. Let's make sure I'm on PHP 8 to begin with. And just run that whole test file which we were running before, but I'm going to make one change. I'm going to add test docs there.
Yes, so we can
and
see.
What that does is it's going to show exactly which test is being run, so we can see what the data providers as well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hang on. Could not read multi-site.
In the wrong directory? No?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There you are.
Gone down in the directory path to run the other tests. Yep. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so somewhere we're still doing something wrong. Filter assert that triggered an incorrect users notice. Filter asserting that an array is empty. And it doesn't. Filter assert that triggered an incorrect users notice. Okay, so this to me indicates there is a bug in the test suite that it doesn't actually show the name of the test. Now let's.
Failed to assert that array triggered in, what was it, an incomplete? An incorrect usage notice. That's the one, right, that we were looking for?
Yeah, but that's what should be done with
that is,
doing.
Yeah.
We are calling doing it wrong.
We are.
Are we calling doing it wrong? It does say expect deprecated to trigger this. So maybe we need to do both. Maybe we need to also have that expect deprecated, or well, we actually have expected incorrect usage there. What about if I remove that in favor of just set
Yeah, just try that. Let's see what happens.
Some things are just not well enough documented in the WordPress test suite, and maybe we should fix that.
Hey, there it is. Okay.
It did work. Now, let's make sure that what we do is actually right. So I'm going to commit just and only the test changes to start. Yep. Okay, so before I do that, I'm going to run phpcs filter is git modified to make sure I'm not introducing new errors. And I know there's going to be trailing spaces because I already saw those. Yeah, the space before open parentheses, that's in one of the lines which we touched. The rest I'm not too worried about. Equal sign. Okay, that test file we're not going to commit, so we're not worried about this. Trailing space. And okay, the variable name should be in snake case. So,
yes.
Yeah, and I knew that, but I saw that was turned off for the test suite. Okay.
Boom. And then down below too in the data provider as well.
Yeah, let's make sure I've called them everywhere. Then add those, that's correct. I want to do the trailing spaces, yeah. And was there something else still here? Well, we'll run it again in a moment.
Yeah.
Oh, here between empty
there it
and
is.
Yeah.
Good eyes.
So, hey, I should know what I'm looking for.
It's funny too because I saw it and I thought, why is there it? But by then we moved on. We're talking about the doing it wrong.
This is not something I'm concerned about, and there's nothing we introduce now.
Nope.
Let's go to the Git changes. So, okay, add the tests, and obviously I'll tidy up the commit message later, but for now, add the tests, add the fixes, and I'm gonna just plainly reset this file because I can't care less about that file. That was just to prove the point we had earlier.
Yeah.
Now, because I have two commits, I can check out the first one and run the tests. And those should now all fail because before now we should have a problem. And well, okay, maybe we should have half the fix in there because now we're getting into the infinite loop again.
Yes, we are.
So I'm just gonna check out the branch. Keep the changes but reset the commit. Then I'm gonna commit the bit which prevents the infinite loop.
Yes.
Prevent the infinite loop. Okay. And then oh, hang on. These two should still be part of the infinite loop commit.
Right.
These two lines.
Right.
Actually, hang on. I see a mistake there. Isn't it great? Okay, it's not in the actual code. Okay, so not a mistake. So, rest of the fixes. So let's check it out at the prevent infinite loop. Because that with that fix for the infinite loop in place, but without the input validation, those newly added tests should still fail.
Correct. All right, what do we got now? No more infinite loop, so good.
Yeah, so
pass.
Yeah, invalid with invalid input, invalid inputs. Okay, with a single dot, it was actually passing. I'm not surprised that one is a case which was actually called in the while loop anyway because it checked for that. But everything else
failed. Okay.
So with a non-part, actual size 0 matches expected size 1.
Why 0? Well, it looped through all of them and zeroed it out. But still, that doesn't make sense.
Let's do a far dump then. Let's do a for dump here to see what the cache is after the function at this moment. Just to see if we're not changing correct behavior or expected behavior.
There it is.
We've got it 3 times.
Yes. We got 3 different sets, data sets.
3 different tests.
Yeah.
Sweetie darling Paul, what do you think these are? Please add the covers. Yeah, they're already there.
Hey, we were talking about you when we added those. So, hi, Paul.
Yeah, for the tests which we created now, we've added covers.
Yes. Back. Yeah, the others we didn't add, they'd be out of scope potentially for this, but I bet you got them covered in your patch.
Yeah, not just that. The others, I have a feeling, are testing more than just the clean bit. So those need to be examined to make sure that we actually know what they're testing.
Correct. And they're testing a lot of things that could use some love too, but that's outside the scope of what we're doing today too.
Okay, so we're setting the transient to 2 different values.
Yes.
We're doing clean dir size and then we're getting the transient. So with a single dot, I would expect it to have 1 with just string. That's correct.
That's
the first
correct.
one is correct.
Correct.
Then the second one is a non-path.
With string.
And
it should remove the string, but it's also removing the dot.
Well, except that in the previous iteration, obviously, it was actually transforming string to a dot.
That is correct.
Their name. So that I'm not surprised at. And then same with does not exist was transforming to a dot. Mm-hmm. So with it does not exist. Actually, yeah, I can understand what's happening.
Yep.
So with string, it was saying, okay, we're gonna unset string.
Yep.
This is where it does the unset string, and then when it does the dir name, it unsets the
dot. Yep.
And with the
which then empties it out. Yep.
With it does not exist, it does the same, except it doesn't clear out string. It just clears out the dot. Yep. So the fact that these are failing and the actual failures are with the counts we were seeing, with 0 instead of 1, 1 instead of 2.
That makes sense.
Now understand why that was. I think it's a bug fix with what we've done.
Yeah, I do too.
Because the bug shouldn't have been cleared out.
Mm-hmm. And actually, you just showed it. That right there. Yeah. That's a bug fix.
So I'm going to remove the for dump. We've explained what was happening before.
Yep.
And we can now see that everything passes with the new tests. So that's correct.
Yippee! So that goes back to that what you were talking about earlier, Isaac, that we make sure we run the code, we run the test without the patches, but we had to put the patch in to fix the infinite loop. Nothing's going to run.
We had to figure out what we actually needed to change in the function, what we wanted to change in the function. Mm-hmm. So we needed to look at the function first before creating tests.
Correct.
But then we did check that the tests were actually failing before we put the patch in.
And failing in a way that we would expect them to fail. And they were. And then put the rest of the fixes back in, and bam, all the tests should pass then. So then we validated, yes, we can see that our fix actually fixed what we expected to fix. Wow, that was a lot of fixes.
Yeah, don't break your tongue when you say that. But okay, so yes, I need to
Don't
tidy
anybody
up.
quote me on that.
We need to tidy up the commit messages
Yes, please.
still. But other than that, the principle of this is correct now.
Yes.
And that completely addresses it completely addresses the original ticket,
Yep.
but it doesn't address yet those extra things are found in a second function
It does
in the
not.
same file, which is also with these tests, and we're going to need to look at that second function now as well.
Yes. Let's answer Isaac's question here. So he wants to know the way a PHP unit knows to use the data provider with the correct test. Right? So is that with that annotation? Yes. That's with that annotation.
It's literally only because the annotation.
Mm-hmm.
The method name can be absolutely anything.
Anything.
So
except test underscore.
It should not start with test, but everything else we can literally make that test the data provider. Yeah, I could just call it anything, literally
anything.
And
it would work.
As long as I then make sure that the data provider here says anything. Mm-hmm. It's the data provider tag, the annotation, which means that PHP unit knows to link that data provider to that particular test.
Correct.
And actually, I'm seeing one more thing. We did do public, but we didn't do it here.
Yep.
So let's make that test public.
And if Colin's watching, he's going, thank you.
I don't know where he is, but...
Yeah, he's not here right now, but I know he would be later, and he'd be pinging us. You missed one.
Yeah, so let's just say add to.
Isaac,
test.
did that make sense? Before we move on, I just want to make sure that makes sense for you. We're trying to standardize, and this will be something that we would love to introduce in the handbook. If we didn't already, I don't remember if we did or not. We did, okay.
We did use,
which is to call it the exact same as the test and then put data instead of test at the start of it, just so that your eyes can see they're bound.
Here, a data provider is a secondary function, and I'll make this a bit larger. Now I've lost where it was.
Whoopsie.
Data provider. Here. A data provider is a secondary function which is linked to a test using a data provider annotation in the doc-block of the test method and is generally named after the test, replacing the test prefix in a method name with data.
Good. Okay. We took care of that.
The second function, the data provider function, must return an array of arrays where each entry in the array is called the data set and passed to the test function as input parameters, and it's highly recommended.
And then with the named.
Set. And if you want to read more about this, you can look here, writing test in the PHP unit manual.
And then right to the data providers.
In the very beginning, just at the basic chapter of writing test, it has data providers and a full explanation of how that works. Right.
Now, in those examples, you'll see, they're not named data sets. Those named data sets really do help. Mostly if something goes wrong, it will come up with that name for you so that you can see which one of your data set or sets actually failed on you. So it's really nice to put that named in. Plus, it also gives context.
Here he has.
Oh, there's some.
He has a number of different examples, but I know I got it from the manual. That's how I.
Yeah, with named data sets. Okay.
So there are examples with the various options and the various ways of writing it. But I generally recommend always using named data sets because it makes it easier, especially with a code base where a lot of people work on it. It makes it easier for the next person to understand what you were actually trying to test with this data
Exactly. Set. And you'll see in the test suite right now, if you go look, there's a different spattering of patterns there. Some have named data sets, some have a comment above instead of the named data set. And that's great. It provides more context. But if without that named data set, it's not going to appear in that list when you run your test of where it failed. You'll just get what's the data set. Now you got to go look it up.
number 0, 1, 2,
Yeah.
3.
Oh, yeah. It makes it really hard.
Imagine you have a list of, you have a data provider where you have 80 different sets.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Yeah. I'll
Find
go
number
find it.
59, which is failing. And that's another reason to use named data sets, because then you can just say, okay, I know
That
the
one.
name and look for that entry in the array.
Yep.
The
Very
one
simple.
thing to look out for, especially when you have a data provider with 80 different data sets, if you use a named data provider of a named data set, duplicate keys.
Oh, yeah.
Because it gets easy to have duplicate array keys. Something 3 pages up versus the data set you're just adding. Luckily, there's a sniff for that. And in case it's not currently in WordPress core, so in case you're looking for it, I'm just going to show you where to find it on GitHub. PHP CS standards. And then PHP CS extra. And then you get to an external standard, which, just like WordPress coding standard, you can add to PHP CS to use. And in the universal set, there is a universal arrays duplicate array. And it will detect those duplicate array keys. And it will warn you about them.
You know what? I'm looking at that going, why isn't that sniff in our set?
Because we haven't gotten to the point. First we need to release WordPress CS3 with a lot of the things which were announced last year. And this wasn't part of that announcement last year.
Okay. That makes sense.
So we can add it to WordPress Extra, to the coding standards in WordPress Extra. And I'm pretty sure I actually already did that. In the the developed version of WordPress CS. If not, I should. But we can't add it to core until it's announced, and then the handbook has been annotated to change it.
Okay.
To validate that that's a rule WordPress core rule set should check for. But I would very much recommend. Adding, if for no other reason than to prevent duplicate array keys in your data provider. Because if you have a duplicate array key, that means that one of those two sets is not being tested.
It's not going to run.
Yeah, well, no, it is going to.
No, just one of those is not going to test. That's
the last one.
So it's bad. You don't want that. It's
And generally, it's a bug if there's a duplicate array key anywhere anyway.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's why you pointed that out, and I went, yes. So please, love that.
That's why I wrote the sniff.
I know.
Yes, I wrote that.
Oh, you did that one. Good. Yeah. We need that one, please.
This is completely maintained by me.
Oh, okay.
So there's been no external contributors. Greg is mentioned here because some sniff has been inspired by PHP CS native sniffs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The ones here are better. Sorry.
Sorry, Greg.
Well, in particularly, it's this sniff where I'm talking about. The disallow short array. The WordPress still disallows short arrays, and there is a generic arrays disallow short array sniff in PHP CS itself.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that sniff doesn't distinguish between short arrays and short lists. So if you have a short list, it will auto-fix it to a long array and create a parse error in your code. That's what this sniff is
that one's for.
This sniff will not create that parse error.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
in that sense, this sniff is inspired by PHP CS.
Yep.
But it will not create parse error. Yeah.
We went down a different rabbit hole, but looking at that, now you got me excited when that's going to come. So, yes, I could see that catching a lot of things. Anyway. Yeah, all right, so where are we now?
Yeah, to finish off what we were doing, I found that public and created an add to test commit. So now I'll tidy that up by rebasing and do an interactive rebase. And it will show the various commits. I just grab that add to tests and say that I want to fix up the original tests.
Yes.
And now I'm back to the original 3 commits, but then that extra public has been added in here. Just to make sure that the commits are at least clean code-wise. The commit message still have to be fixed up, but that's another matter.
Okay. So we've pretty much then completed that particular function itself. We fixed the problem that's been reported. We looked at all the other fixes that we wanted to do there with input validation, and now we need to move into the other function and take a look, correct? Is there anything else?
Okay. No, that's it.
Why don't we stop right here and take a quick break then before we move into the next one? Is there anything?
Let me turn the lights on because it's going to be dark in half an hour.
All right, everybody, let's take a
very much in the dark.
Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and we're going to dig into the other one then. Okay? Sound good?
Sounds good. Yep.
All right. See you in a few minutes.
Let's see when Tonya is going to be back. Yes, please, Isaac. Please, what's your question? And yes, of course, it's okay. That's what we're here for. Um, unfortunately I can't pull up questions onto the screen. That's something only Tonya can do. So Isaac is saying, I come from a JavaScript background. I love test-driven development. So all this sounds great to me, what we're doing. The problem for me is that there's a lot of PHP functions or WordPress functions. And let's see what the question is. Welcome back, Tonya. Isaac is writing out a question. There's a lot of PHP functions that I don't know. Okay. So what's your question, Isaac? Is it the how to discover functions? Is it how to figure out whether it's a PHP function or a WordPress function? Okay, I don't understand what the code is doing a lot of the time. That's fair enough. I mean, yeah, we both come from a PHP background, so for us, a lot of the functions are more easily recognizable because we know them. At the same time, a lot of it is literally doing what you saw us doing while we were looking at the function, and that's going to the manual. You saw me pull up the PHP manual a couple of times. You saw me pull up the WordPress manual a couple of times by using search, typing in the function name, and letting it show me what that function is. So there are WordPress functions I've never heard of, there's PHP functions I've never used, may not have heard of. If in any way in doubt, and even if not in doubt, but just to be sure, look it up. I mean, even with functions I was typing out, string position, for instance, you saw me go back to the manual just to verify that I was actually doing it correctly. It doesn't matter how experienced or unexperienced you are. Knowing where to find the manual and knowing to use that to your benefit is the biggest skill as a developer. I mean, I always say my brain is not for remembering shit. My brain is for logic. My brain is for doing thinking. The manuals are there to remember things. So if I don't know something by heart, the only thing I really need to know is where to look it up. And what you saw me do in my browser, and I will turn screen sharing back on now.
Okay.
What you saw me do in my browser is I actually have, and yes, this is a little bit hidden now with Tonya and me on top of it. My search box here has the PHP manual as one of the search engines. It has the WordPress developer reference as one of the search engines. Mm-hmm. So what I do, and you can do this yourself, like here you can add a keyword for this search, or you can go to manage search engines, get more search engines. Well, in this case, I'm going to the Pale Moon page. There's a number of search engines I can add. But there's actually another site, and I need to look that up where to find that again, because I've set this up way long ago. But basically, these search engine bits are just tiny bits of JavaScript, actually. And you can add them to your browser. And right. That way you have access to those things where you search a lot, to search on those sites directly. Does that sort of answer your question?
The other thing I'll tell you, too, is when you get into a chunk of code like you saw us doing, she mentioned this, where you don't understand, you test it, run it, see what it does. Look at the manual. If that still doesn't make sense, run it, see what it's outputting.
Yeah, well, Tonya, the problem with that is, like Isaac's saying, with the manual get transient still doesn't really explain what it does. If you do an eval with get transient, it's actually going to break because the get transient isn't a PHP function, it's a WordPress function. So eval will know get transient.
So what I end up doing in those cases is sometimes I'll copy the code from core and put it in where I can, and then I can start to explore it. If it's small. If it's not, then I go and I use Xdebug or something inside a core, and I run that so I can actually see what is going on.
Yeah, and I have to admit, I totally agree. Retrieves the value of a transient. It doesn't explain the concept of a transient.
It does not.
And let me see. Is there a page on the transient API?
Yeah, right there.
Here it is. So there is a page in the manual. And again, if I paste the link, it's probably not going to work. So Tonya, maybe you can paste that link. The transient API in the handbook will explain what transients is in more detail than the specific function explanation. So I think that might be a good starting point for those kind of questions. There's a whole list of common APIs, common interfaces with WordPress code and WordPress concepts, which are explained in the handbook. Does that help? Tonya, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. I bet you when you first started learning a language like JavaScript, it could feel like overwhelming to see all these different functionalities and patterns. You just needed to take it little by little by little, chunk by chunk. Go to something that you're working on, understand that, and then a little bit, you're gaining this context. And before you know it, you start to build up those skill sets to be able to understand, because you've already looked at it in one case, and little by little, you're building that knowledge set. So the way to get started is what you're working on right there. Take the time to stop and understand what's it doing, just little by little by little.
And I mean, you can see no matter how experienced people are, you know both Tonya and me are pretty experienced. We still look things up all the time.
All the time.
There is no shame in looking things up. And on the one hand, it's functional in this live stream to show people where to find things. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, we really need that information ourselves as well. But why would I remember the exact return values of every single WordPress or a PHP function if I can just look it up?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to fill up my brain with that kind of stuff. I'm just not. When I can quickly go to a handbook and take a look to go, wait a minute, how do I trigger this? What's that there? What's the optional parts of it? And what's it going to give me back in this use case? And I can go and take a look and see. It's right there at your fingertips. Yeah.
Yeah, so have a look at this Common APIs handbook. I think a lot of the core concepts which are used in WordPress will be explained there in a way which is more descriptive than just the function descriptions.
Yeah, definitely. Let me pull his question up here to the top. So it's sometimes scary for me sometimes to just jump in. It is. I sometimes feel that way too, and I've been doing this for 35 years, and sometimes I feel that way too. I go, wait a minute, I'm out of my comfort zone, but so what? Jump in, ask questions. There's lots of people to help. So yeah.
And not just that, you can. It might be scary, but you can do it at your own pace and in the comfort of your own home. Imagine how scary it is when we jump in to a ticket which we haven't prepared for, in a live stream with everyone watching and judging what we're doing. So just take your time, do it in the comfort of your home, and once you feel comfortable, feel free to share what you find and what where you ended up.
Yeah, and we actually do that on purpose here for you all. It's not that we're trying to set up a conversation for it. Sometimes we do, but for the most part, we're jumping into a ticket and sometimes it's been a long time since we've had context. So you'll see us kind of floundering sometimes and going, wait a minute, how about this? How about that? Because we're literally working on things. So we want to show you that we go through that process too and help you to not feel nervous or intimidated or scared about getting into things, because guess what? We're all just figuring it out.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So,
And by the way, you helped us. You saw some things we didn't see, so you were collaborating right along with us in this process. So, yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's move on because we looked at this clean Dirka size cache function. And now we're going to look at the function above it, which is recurse dir size.
Yep.
Where basically the same problem applies. Though, strangely enough, we didn't get the infinite loop anymore, did we?
No, we did not.
Shall I? Then again, I mean, I still think we should read this function.
Let's just make sure. What do we see?
Yeah, see if there's any similar pattern to what we saw in the clean function. Which we need to address, most notably the infinite loop part of it. But this function is the bit where 8.1 is problematic. Because, I mean, here we see the test now passing on 8.0. And the fact that they're passing and running on 8.0 is, well, okay, the test file says it's just testing clean dir size. So there might not be any specific test for recurse, but then those tests were failing on the recurse function.
Okay.
So let's just read it. You want to talk us through it, Tonya? Or
yeah, here I just kind of. I often pull things up here on my own browser too, because otherwise you see me doing this, everybody. What's this? It's like, why is Tanya's face so close to the screen? Yeah. All right, let's see. So I need to pull that out of the way. Now, we'll see right away that we have some input validation that we could be doing as well in this, right? It's passing in a directory. What if it's not a directory? What if it's not even a string? What if it's empty, right? So we have some things that we could be looking at there as well. But let's just kind of go through and take a look. Cache.
The PHP 8.1 problem is
what is
this bit?
That bit right there, right?
Well, combined
Gotta
with
scroll.
at the very end of the function here, where it then assigns to that variable. This is where, if there's no transient in place, the get transient returns false, and then we're doing
we're doing that right down there.
That auto-vivification.
Right.
So what I would do, the go-to fix in this case would be if not is array directory cache, then we're going to just initialize it as an empty array. As an
empty array, right. And we've used that pattern elsewhere in these. So, yeah.
I'm not sure, but this is a valid pattern. I mean, we know that get the transient should return an array or false. If it returns something else, which is not an array, then say it returns a string, then clearly someone has broken the transient anyway. So we just initialize it to an empty array to clear it out and start from scratch.
Correct.
So this is a perfectly valid fix. We could, for the sake of it, run the test again on 8.0.
And let's just make sure.
And the test still passed on 8.0.
Right.
Then run the tests on 8.1, where, remember, earlier they were failing. Actually, let's confirm that again. Let's comment out what the proposed fix. If I now run them on 8.1,
let's see what happens.
Should be failing. Yes, there's 6 failures, and they're not in the test which we added, but in the tests which were already there. So if I now uncomment my fix,
right,
and run them again.
Now we fix the 8.1 stuff.
Okay, so 8.1 wise, this fix would be a valid fix. Whoops. Git fix PHP 8.1 issue. So we've already confirmed there were tests which failed because of the 8.1 issue, and they are now passing with that fix.
Right.
So that does not mean that as we're looking at this function that we shouldn't double check that there aren't other gotchas.
Other things.
To the other function which we just looked at.
Yeah, because too, what if an array is not passed in, right? So it is set, but it's not in an array at that point. So it's not going to go through get transient. So it actually even helps with that down below before you start to use it. It's not just from the get transient at that point as well.
Yeah, because if someone has created it as a string or as true or whatever, like we saw in the eval before, then it would have been a warning and a fatal error on 8.
Right.
Warning on lower PHP versions, and now that warning and potential error has been removed as well. We could even create a test specifically for that, where we say, okay, we're going to create a transient with an invalid value, which should fail before this dispatch and pass after dispatch. Should we do that?
Could. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. All up. And the ticket we're going to use is a different one. Well, we could do both tickets actually.
Yeah, both.
53635, I think.
Oh, okay.
Let me confirm that that's the right ticket.
Because in my brain I was going 53363, but I think that's a different one. Yeah.
No, it is the 53635, which is the generic PHP 8.1 ticket.
Yes, that's it.
And the function we're looking at is not the clean one, but the recurse one. So let's fix the cover stack. In this case, well, we could use a data provider. Yeah, might as well. Well, we'll determine the rest in a moment.
Yeah, let's just get the pieces in place.
Yeah, let's figure out what we're going to do. What we want to do is we want one test where the transient doesn't exist, basically.
Yep.
And one test where the transient does exist, but with an invalid value, or maybe, and that last one should be, potentially have a data provider, and the first one doesn't need.
Does not, provider. Right.
Tests tests the handling. Yeah, it's not the handling. It's
you also have a state where you're passing it too. It's not just the transient, but you're actually injecting it.
Okay. Test the behavior of the function when the transient doesn't exist. And we're not going to use that. Test recurs there without transients. And just to be sure that no transient exists, I'm going to look at how to remove a transient. Say there is a leftover transient from another test which didn't clean up after itself. I just want to make sure that doesn't actually cause any problems and cause this test to fail. Correct. So I'm going to make sure the transient does not exist. And if I do recurse dir size, obviously I need a dir size then.
You do?
Oh, damn it. Okay, what are the different parts of?
Pass subdirectory, max time to run before giving up.
You know what? We don't even need to emulate get transient. We can just use that.
That's what I was saying.
Actually,
Just use that.
yeah, no, because this is by reference.
Mm-hmm.
This is basically supposed to be an empty value which gets filled by
Gets
this
filled
function.
by it. Yeah.
Yeah, we could pass it something, but
Let's see.
and the documentation here is wrong as well.
Yeah.
And seriously, why is this an empty? Why is this
Why
null
is this
as a
null? Mm-mm.
Yeah, I do understand because if it's not set, you want to get the
You
transient.
get the transient, but still.
But to me, it would have been so much more logical to make this an empty array.
Correct. And type into
And
it
I'm
as
actually
array.
tempted to make it an empty array. And then change this to if it's
empty.
Yeah, because false would all, but then if transient be received and it's false. The thing is, I know why this directory cache is here.
Mm-hmm.
It is because this function recurses onto itself.
Yep.
So it passes the directory cache onto itself time and time again.
Yep. That's correct.
It passes
That's
and
correct.
uses
Yes.
it by reference again.
Mm-hmm.
I would redesign this whole bloody function, but
that's not for today's task.
Not today. Not for today. Yeah, no. So no, we're not gonna.
Nope.
We're not gonna use that. Okay, this test directory. Does it have?
So is it already got a check in here for not?
I need to find WordPress somewhere here. WordPress, this test directory. How much data has it? And can we just create a subdirectory in it or something for telling it to transfer, to recurse that subdirectory?
Well, it looks like they're mocking it here. Would that work for us to mock it?
What?
I'm just looking at how they're mocking this. Oh no, they're actually setting the transient.
Yeah, but and the whole point is that we want that transient to be not set.
Not set, right? Yep.
Yeah, or set to an invalid value.
Yeah.
And then by the time they're going to set it, it needs it has to recurse that directory and then set the value. So it needs something to recurse.
Yes, it does. I was just going through and looking at the existing test going, wait a minute, that is a missing case in here. You're right. Okay.
So let's call this fixtures and create a text document called dummy dot text with the content. This is a dummy text file which is only used by the, how are we calling the function? That.
Oh, that one, yes.
By the, and then what's the class name? Because we want to be precise.
Copy.
So people can actually find it. By the test. If more files would be added to this directory, that test may need to be updated. So that means there's going to be at least something in the directory. So we can create that test with as the directory paths.
Yep.
The current directory plus fixtures.
Okay. So now there's something to go and actually loop through to find. So that's good. To recurse through.
So here we have
That's
a parameter which also should have been marked optional. So let's just fix up that documentation while we're at it. Yeah, everything else is optional. We don't really need to worry about that. We are gonna comment out my fix for the moment.
Yes.
Because we actually want to have a test which is going to be failing on 8.0 as well. I think. Well, without transients, no, it shouldn't be failing on 8.0, but
no, it should just be on 8.1.
Yeah, but with the invalid transients, those should be failing on 8.0.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. They should. Yep.
Yeah. So recurse their side, so that's okay. Then we do a get transient for the dir size cache. After that function, the dir size cache should be set. Actually, no, the function returns a value as well.
Yeah, it does.
So it returns a size value, size. So we can say this assert. Well, we'll find out what the value is. Either assert same or assert greater than, or we'll figure it out.
Let's just find out what it tells us when it comes back.
Assert true with size. We know that's not going to be correct, but yeah. Okay, so this without transients, and then we have one with invalid transients. Copy. And in this case, we're going to set an invalid value. And we don't want that to cause a problem, basically. And we know that if without our fix, it is going to cause a problem.
Correct.
Yeah, we can just reuse that fixture directory. What else do we want to throw at it? I mean, false is basically already being tested by the without transients.
Yeah, so really, right, just string.
We could just say it's one case and we just add this there instead
That's
of.
kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's just the one case. I don't think other cases there are going to make sense.
Yeah. Let's remove this then. We do still need to update the test description.
Yep.
Test behavior of the function when the transient does exist but is not an array.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
I am on PHP 8.0.
You've got the fix commented out too, right?
I've got the fix commented out. So let's run these tests.
All right.
Okay, well, we knew that this one was going to fail with the assertion because we hadn't set the assertion properly yet. And here we have a type error.
Yes.
Cannot offset of.
But there's our information we needed from the size.
We have
220.
Let's select the right assertion for that one. Which assertion do we want? Greater than, we can even say greater than 0.
Yeah.
If more fixtures get added,
then that way we don't need to worry about an exact size that requires you to go and change the test. Test would be too fragile then.
Yeah. So
because literally we're just looking for that a size gets returned, right?
Yeah. So oops, greater than. Let's just copy the name. Let's say greater than 10. We know for sure it should be greater than 10. Yeah. And the same for the other one. In particular, this tests that no type error, no PHP type errors are being thrown. Because if you look at these two, it's like, hang on, but
yeah, someone's going to go and delete that. Yeah, it looks redundant.
Yeah. So the first one should pass on 8, yes, without a fix, and the second one shouldn't. On 8.1, both should fail.
Correct.
Without a fix. So let's confirm that. Yeah, and some of the others are failing as well, but that's expected. But
that was expected. We saw that.
A specific test for this situation now.
Right.
And if I now uncomment the fix, let's try this again.
Drum roll.
Yeah.
Drum roll. Yes.
Okay, so this.
Yippee!
At least it fixes the 8.1 issue, and it fixes an extra
Yeah.
underlying issue if the transient would be corrupted.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't take away that we should have a good look at the function to see why this infinite loop was hit and why the 8.1 issue. I mean, this test class is supposed to be only about the clean dir size cache, but the clean dir size doesn't call the recurse function. So how the hell is was the recurse thing being hit? So somewhere one of these tests must be calling recurse.
It has to be calling for that.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. So in other words, there's tests here for a different function.
Yep.
In the wrong test file.
Yeah.
We're not going to fix that, seriously. I mean, there's too much of this in core for us to now fix this. We'll fix this when we reorganize the test suite.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, the clean dir size cache file class should only contain tests for clean dir
Or
size
just that
cache
one.
function, and it actually contains more tests. It
Yes.
contains tests for the recurse dir size function.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So
It
for folks
could be
that are listening now or later, that we do plan to come back and take a look at the entire test suite. There's tickets open for that, where we're going to be doing some reorganization, some namespacing, some different things. At that point, it's a perfect point then to start to split. And that's part of the goal, is to split these. So like in this case, each of these functions need their own test file, separate class. Yeah.
And realistically, I mean, there's two other things wrong with this test
And they
class
need
anyway.
a single site too.
Yeah. If is multi-site as a condition for declaring the class in the first place, I mean, seriously, the class can be declared without it being multi-site.
That's right.
The group multi-site already makes sure that it only gets run in the context of multi-site, because in the normal PHP file, those should be excluded.
Correct.
In this case, I don't actually see the exclude, so
that's why it's there.
It's not. Yeah, but that just means that we need to fix up the excludes.
Exactly.
Or fix up the group annotations. It's still declaring this class conditionally is not a good practice for tests. Also, a lot of these functions, yes, here we're using switch to block. So yes, that needs multi-site. I understand that, but those same tests should also have a counterpart, a sister function, to test this in a single site situation.
100%. Yes. Yeah. And that's a much bigger job than we're going to tackle today. Much bigger. But it is something we will tackle at some point.
Yeah, and here we have a test which doesn't actually use the multi-site function.
Mm-hmm.
So it shouldn't be linked to the multi-site check.
Correct.
In the first place. It should run for both single site and multi-site. Mm-hmm. And in that respect, the tests we've added also are both applicable for single site as well as multi-site.
100% they are.
They're not only going to be run for multi-site, but again, I could create a separate test file, or rather two separate test files, one for recurse, one for clean, and split that all out. But then we're getting into that reorganization, which is, then we basically need to take this whole file apart.
Exactly. And I think that's out of the scope of what we need to do right now.
And if we wanted to just add, we could
just take the ones that we just created today that are for both. They're for both.
Yeah, we could, because it is.
Because they're not going to run on single site, and I would love to see them running on single site.
Okay, let's see if there is a functions folder. Yeah. So we could say, okay, we're gonna create a test class with basically the same name, but then with functions instead of multi-site, which has these functions. Mm-hmm. So let's do that. Tests functions, and that does mean I'm gonna change more things in a minute. Sure. I'm still gonna call it clean dir size cache, even though it also has the recurse one, but at least that sort of links it more closely to multi-size one. I'm also still gonna open up the multi-size one as multi-site one, and I'm gonna move the fixtures directory to functions and away from multi-site. So the new test class now needs to be called tests functions clean dir size. We're gonna remove that condition. We're gonna clean up the indent.
Yep.
We're gonna
get rid of the indif.
we're gonna remove every single test before what we added.
Correct.
And we're gonna remove these ticket numbers and groups to directory size caching and not just single site, not just multi-site both. So here we have the new tests, just and only the new tests in a separate file, and
Yep.
I'm gonna remove those from the multi-sites one. Yeah, so it's up to here.
There you go.
Okay. That does mean I'm gonna have to reorganize the commits in a bit.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at that. Yeah, because I'm adding, I'm gonna have to redo the commits basically. So I'm just gonna temp split out. And this is add to PHP 8.1 fix. That's just Girl Scouting while we were looking at the 8.1 fix anyway. So now I can actually run them with single sites. So I can remove the configuration where I was saying multi-site.
Yep.
I can change this one to functions.
Correct.
And then it should run those tests. Yeah.
Hey, there you go. Happiness.
So now those will run in both single site as well as multi-site.
That makes sense to me.
Okay. Now, did we still want to have another look at this function? And yeah, this is going to be, dead air for a moment while we actually read this.
So read it with us.
Looks like Isaac is reading with us. Please do ask any questions if you see something you don't understand or, which doesn't make sense to you when you're reading it.
Hey, Israel. Good to see you.
Oh, yeah. Hmm. Huh. Instead of creating the fixture directory and actually letting it loop, we could have
We
used the
could have just used that.
filter. Still, I don't think it's a bad thing to actually let it read the directory
I do too.
because yeah, not sure how well that's tested, but
Right.
at the same time, if at some point we revisit these tests and we can see it's actually well tested, then we could just replace that bit with
With
the
the
pre-recurse.
yeah. Yeah, I just happened to see that too. Oh yeah, in 5.6 we added a filter there.
Hmm. Oh yeah, if we're talking sins, should we add a sin stack here for the fact that we added the doing it wrong?
Yes. That is new.
A 590 added input validation. With doing it wrong for invalid input.
There you go.
Let me commit that. Add to clean fix. And yeah, I'm using those add to so I know where things have to go when I reorganize things in a bit. Where was
Yeah,
I?
if you haven't
Okay.
all seen her workflow, that's where she triggers so she can pull everything back together for atomic commits when it's time to push.
Okay, what does open there do? Well, I know what open there does. I just want to see the return values. False on failure. Okay. Pretty sure read there has the same. Yes.
That's where I was going to. String and false.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't. I'm surprised it doesn't return the full path. That's only the relative path. But considering it's working, I'm not gonna doubt. Can file size return something which is undesirable? Yeah, false in case of error. And false, okay. It wouldn't actually be a problem because as we're adding it to the size variable, false size, if it returns false, an arithmetic operation is being done, so false would be juggled by PHP to 0.
0.
So in that case, 0 is being added to size, so it is not actually a problem.
No.
So yeah, this is fine. But it should, yeah. It relies on certain behaviors of PHP, which may
Change in the future.
change because the type strictness is being created more and more. But there's no
Right now it
reason that
works. So
it
yeah.
changes. Yeah.
Yeah. And
What
you might
is
be
the
thinking, well, we can just go ahead and cast it to ints. But the thing I would think about that is what if it changes in the future? We may then want to have a different solution there than just casting to int, so that you always know that you have an int.
Yeah, and at this moment you don't need
Don't
to
need
cast
to.
it. The scalars will juggle.
That's right.
And for now, I don't see that changing.
No.
Null was also it was never a scalar, but did also up to a point juggle, but only up to a point, and that part is being taken away. Taken away.
Yep.
It's been made different. It's changing. Okay, as float. Okay.
What about our
So there.
comparison there on our recursive up above?
Sorry.
Where we call our recurse directory size, what can come back from that has three different three different types. Right? We can get false, null, or int.
Well, how can you get null?
That's what I'm like, how can we get null from that?
Null if timeout. Is that true? Yeah. Then it says size null.
Mm-hmm. But then look, we're doing a greater than.
Yeah, and greater than null. Null would be null. Mm-hmm. False would also juggle to null.
To 0.
So, to 0. So, sorry, the 0 in Dutch is null.
Is it?
So,
okay.
That makes it.
Yeah.
Yeah. This.
I learned something new today. There you go.
Yeah. So in Dutch, when you talk about null, you always have to say type null or integer null.
Ah, okay. That will tell me a lot when I hear you say that. I'll be like, okay, now I understand the context. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, in this case, yes, recursive. You're completely correct. It can return 3 different values. It can return null, false, or
a size int.
Integer, but the comparison will be fine. It does expect that it doesn't do an add with false or null, so we're good there.
Yep. Okay, so we're getting a float back there.
Yeah. I would, but this is just me, I would add parentheses here.
Yes.
Just, there's an operator precedence thing, and yes, I'd need to actually look it up, but I do presume the minus has a higher operator precedence than the greater than, but it still doesn't make it obvious that you're not checking whether WP start timestamp is more than the max execution time, but you're actually checking the comparison.
Yep.
So having those parentheses makes that better from a readability point of view.
I agree with that. So this is also a very long comparison too that you're looking at, where you see there's one part and then there's a second part. There you go.
There.
Yep.
And
you knew where I was going.
Oh yeah. And just for the sake of it, and Isaac, look again. I'm looking stuff up. Operator precedence. So let's have a look here. Where is okay? Here are the non-associative comparison operators, and here are the arithmetic operators. So yeah, the minus has a higher operator precedence than the greater than, but only by a few.
Right. And
But at the
besides,
same
even with that, you're being very purposeful about do this set, and it just makes it clear in people's minds.
yeah,
It's
it
more readable.
makes intent a lot more obvious for the next person reading it.
That's right. Remembering that not everybody's going to understand what operator precedence is, or maybe they're coming from a different language to where it may be different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have had this discussion with committers before where I would have added parentheses in my original commit, and they've removed them when they SVN committed them. And I've said, well, I added them on for a
Purpose.
reason.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that that particular committer knows in detail the operator precedent, I fully respect that.
Yeah.
But not everyone does.
And actually, a lot of people don't.
Yeah, and for readability, it just makes sense to add those parentheses.
Right.
Parentheses do not cost anything and will prevent bugs.
Absolutely. Yes. And misunderstanding. So when we're writing our code, we have to remember that it's not just people of your skill set and above who are reading it, or even your future self might come back and go, wait a minute, what? But we have a huge contributor base of people of all different skill sets. So these simple little things like this just make the code more readable and understandable. If you have to stop and go, wait a minute, is it comparing that variable or after it does the subtraction? If you have to stop and think about that, put the parentheses in. You don't need to stop and think about that. Yeah.
But altogether, if I look at this function, I don't see the same risk for the infinite loop.
I do not either.
Which was in clean dir size.
Nope.
Is there anything in the pattern we saw in clean dir size which we could search for to see if any other functions in the WordPress code base are
would have that same problem with
would potentially have that same problem.
Yeah. Well, we'd be looking for something with an iterator.
I'm very briefly going to take this call. Can you?
Oh, sure, go for it. Mute yourself. While she does that, let's just do a search. So it's going to have the same type of problem. It's got to be within some sort of loop, and it needs to be checking within the file system, and that it just will get itself into a loop for this specific type of problem. So I'm just going to do a search here.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Some friends who had been traveling for the better part of 16 hours halfway around the world who have just arrived back in country
Yay!
after 6 months.
Well,
so it was nice to hear their voice.
That
I'll call more intensively later.
I was actually thinking they would have called earlier today, so I'm glad that they finally did call. So.
Yeah, but well, let's
anyway,
not go into
that's personal stuff. So yeah.
But, yeah. So did you?
I'm kind of searching around, seeing if there's another example of a loop that is also doing something with dir name that may have this similar type of problem. That's the first place I was starting with. So I found a do while, and I'm looking at that right now. That's in this the site health area.
Mm-hmm. And what particular file? Can I open it?
Yeah, you can search for. You would just want to search for the public function of test _ VCS _ absolute path. This is in the
test
_ VCS underscore ABS for absolute path. One word. They did not spell out absolute. ABS path.
Just the beginning should be. But this is in the test, you're saying?
No, it's not in test. Nope, it's in the site health. It's in WP admin.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure.
VCS, you said? And then I presume there were underscores between different words.
Yep.
Test
Here,
underscore.
let me put it. I'll put it into the chat so everyone can see. VCS. Well, if I spell it here, just copy paste. Silly Tonya. There you go. That's the name of the method.
Where did you put it?
In the chat, the YouTube chat. Can you see it?
Not seeing it, no.
You're not looking at it? Where you want me to?
Now I'm seeing it. Now
Okay.
it's only coming up now.
Yeah, it just takes a few seconds there.
This is weird. I'm actually spelling it correctly and it's not finding it.
Here, let me move this stuff out of the way so I can see what you're searching for.
Am I completely blind?
What
No.
folder is that? That's
This is. I'm now just. Oh.
There it is.
I searched the whole WordPress code base earlier, and now I'm searching just source. Okay, something weird going on. Never mind. Admin includes, and then it's the site held auto updates file.
Auto updates. Yep. So in that particular method, we'll see that there is a do while that's within inside of a for each, and that do while is moving up the levels. So searching directories and moving up the levels. Right there, do while. See it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's just look at that and see.
It actually mentions exactly the bug we were talking about.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It's /or/c, we need stop.
Mm-hmm.
And it basically does exactly the same check we did, which is
In a little different way. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Because they're just looking for the top level, while we actually needed to do something with every result.
Absolutely. And then notice they're breaking out of it.
But at the same time, they're being, semi-inefficient. I mean, their name is not a really expensive function.
It is not,
but they are calling their name twice.
Right. So that could be a tiny micro improvement, but yeah.
No, it's not. I don't think it would really make any difference.
No, I don't think so either. So this one is guarding itself. So that's good. That's what we wanted to see.
Did you find any others?
Well, I just found that one, so I stopped. So let me continue searching. Okay, Isaac, come back when you're ready. He says in BRB.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just keep doing a global search. No, that was that.
Yeah, this. I mean, this is a kind of
finding others.
Well, I presume you're searching at this moment with a regular expression.
Yep.
And this pattern would be difficult to detect because
Extremely.
there's certain different ways code can be written.
Yep.
I could whip up a quick sniff, which would be able to detect it more reliably. At the same time, how big is the chance that such an infinite loop
hasn't been detected before? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been detected.
That clean dir size cache function was introduced in 5.6 and it was reported in the 5.6 cycle.
Yes.
The fact that we didn't fix it before, now that's another matter.
Right.
But it was reported in that cycle. So the chances of something like this staying in for very long would be slim.
Extremely. Yeah, I would think so too. So I also searched for just deer name to see if I found any other instances, but that was just for deer name within a while. That didn't mean that it had to be within a while, right? It could have been somewhere else within it that it was doing something, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we're okay with that. Yeah. And it was interesting to see that the other example, they already had the similar type of fix with it. So.
So I would say we can take this patch now, clean it up, and put nice commit messages in.
Absolutely, 100%.
In a way, and then create a pull request on GitHub to see if the whole CI passes.
That's right. I think that's the next step.
I don't expect big problems, but I think that would be the next bit. And then if CI passes, give people a few days or a week or something to test with the patch.
Absolutely.
Well, with the patches, because there's several.
Right.
And then if whether we get feedback or not, if the feedback is positive, or if there's no feedback.
Or there's no feedback, then I'll get it committed.
And if there's negative feedback, obviously we'll have to address that.
Yes. Yeah. So once we get a patch in there, what I can do is ping particular people that have noted they have this problem and see if they can test it for us. If they have time, give them a week.
Yeah. So, shall we do that?
Let's do it.
Nice commit messages. Might as well do that.
It's a good way to show folks again how you do that process.
Well, because we changed the test directory, it's going to be a little more involved than we normally have it. So I'm now just really gonna, I'm not just gonna do a plain rebase or anything. Okay, I did have a good name for
but
the
that's
branch.
actually a good thing to show, because a lot of times you're just doing a rebase and then reordering, squashing things and such. So.
Yeah. So, okay. What we basically want, I want that first commit with all the that temp commit to split out with all the tests. I want to get those files, but I'm not going to commit them at this moment.
Right.
So I'm cherry picking that commit. I'm unstaging it. Well, I'm going to stage the first one, and then unstage part of that if I can. If not, I'm just going to go into the file and remove part of it. No, I think I need to do that. I don't think I can uncherry pick this. So let's look. The first tests were up to here. Let's remove those last two tests. We don't want those yet. Let's check with PHP just to make sure again. Okay. I'm using WordPress CS3 already in developed state, so I sometimes need to make little tweaks here and there, which I'd already done in the branch we were working on before, but not in the branch I've just created.
I'm just so used to knowing that doesn't even come to my mind. So, yep.
Yeah, so I just need to comment out this sniff, because that sniff has been removed and it's going to get a new name. Now I can run everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is fine. So I can just commit these tests, and the Dummy wasn't for this, was it? No, I think the dummy was for the second set of tests. Yeah. So
Yeah, dummy was for the second set. Sorry.
yeah. So this is tests for the first patch, and I'm still not writing it up properly at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go back to the test file. I'm gonna undo what I just did. So I'm now gonna add the extra test back. I'm gonna commit, well, I'm gonna run PHPCS again just to make sure. And rightfully so. White space
Yes.
file at end of line. Okay. So remove trailing spaces. Check. All good. So this is now the second set of tests with dummy. And is that text in dummy still correct? The test may need to be updated, can be removed. So I can just edit that and remove that extra line because that's not really needed anymore.
Mm-mm.
Or yeah, let's yeah.
That's fine.
And I'm doing this from within my Git client, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to my editor, which we were using earlier. But I do need to stage the change, of course. So now these are the tests for the second patch. So now I've set up all the tests. Prevent the infinite loop. And the rest of the fixes, I can get those. And the 8.1 issue I can take as well. And the add commits, I can take all those. So let's just cherry pick everything else. Ew. Okay, I'm doing it wrong. Let's undo that cherry pick.
Whoopsie.
Reset. Because what someone who was paying attention could have seen was, okay, come on. When I was cherry picking, I didn't re-tick that box to automatically create a commit. And I do want to automatically create a commit.
That's right.
We already verified the test file. We should probably also check the source file which we adjusted just to be sure for PHPCS. But that's not in our Git modified at the moment, so I'm just going to tell PHPCS to just scan one file. And in the lines we've changed, there's no issues, so we're fine. So now I've basically recommitted those tests, but then the ones we're actually going to use after the directory change, and then lined everything else up. So now I can do an interactive rebase again, and then we can start writing things up correctly.
Woohoo.
So let's first reorder things in the order we want them. Oh. Yes, I know I've got that PHPCS change, which I'm just gonna stash. Okay. Rebase. The test for the first patch. This is the first patch. Then the second patch. Okay, so I think this is the order we want. The test for the first patch, which was for clean dir size with the prevention of the infinite loop. Then the rest of the input validation fixes and the since comment. We've have had it in separate commits, so we could run the test separately from the fix. But for the commit to go into core, it's fine for all of this to be one commit.
Correct.
So I'm going to create a temp branch just because I can, I'm going to reset those bits to the master, but leaving all the files in place. So now I know exactly what needs to go into dispatch. And then we need to write it up.
There it goes. So everybody following that, y'all went, oh my gosh, that was a lot of steps. But I'm glad she walked you through it all, because cleaning up that history, putting everything in the right order, and then you can look at each commit independently, and then take a look at that, as well as what is the purpose of this commit. So as a committer, I'll go through and code review it that way. I'm going to look at each, and I'm going to move through, and then I'll look at it as a whole. Really helps.
But now we need to describe what the hell we did. In another way than saying, go watch our live stream video.
Yeah. Look here. Next commit message. Look here. Okay, what's the
goodness.
The ticket number needs to be added at the very least. Okay. And spelling, yes, spelling. When the PHP native dir name function is used on Windows disk name, i.e. C it will return the same. I.e. it will return again.
Forever.
The clean dir size cache function didn't have a guard clause against this, which meant that on Windows based systems and servers, and IIS servers, this function would result in WordPress getting stuck into an infinite loop. The adjustments to the while part of the function fix this by checking if the return value of the dir name function call is the same as the original path passed to dir name, which effectively fixes the issue, fixes the infinite loop. As we were looking at this function now anyway, we also noticed a number of other improvements which were begging to be made and we have thus taken the liberty to make them. One, add input validation for the path parameter to guard against invalid variable types being passed into the function. Two, guard against an empty path parameter, which would result in an infinite loop on both Windows as well as Unix-based systems. 3, being passed into the function add input for the path to guard in that guard against in both these cases doing it wrong will now be thrown. 3, when non-empty string which isn't a path would previously be passed, the dirname function would transform that to dot, and the dot key in the transient cache would be cleared out. This was a bug. As there is no relation between a non-path string and the root directory of a file system. This bug has been fixed by checking that something could actually be a path, and handling non-empty non-paths, handling received non-empty non-paths parameters of input parameters in a special way, i.e. only removing the cache key for the passed string and bowing out from further processing. Unfortunately, no tests can be added to guard against the infinite loop. For the other fixes, we have added appropriate unit tests. How does that sound? And do we address everything we've done here? Yeah,
We've addressed everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did I make any spelling mistakes? Well, nothing is being flagged. I did see some comments
I was talking
coming.
with Isaac while you were talking, or working through that, because I know focusing when you're trying to write. I know when I try to write, I just need to focus. But yeah, we address those questions. Right, Isaac? We're all cool?
This is really confusing. I could see the chat moving in the window we are sharing,
Yeah.
but your answers are not being shown there. Those are
Oh.
only being shown in the YouTube window.
Oh, okay. That's confusing.
Yeah, it is very confusing. And yes, from my point of view, yes, I'm supposed to be allowed to commit to WordPress, but like you, Isaac, SVN is so long ago, and it feels so completely uncomfortable to use it nowadays that no, I do not use SVN. I prepare all these patches in a Git client, but this is a Git client, and I'll show you that in a minute, where I can actually format an SVN patch. So I've created this patch now, and I can just go and say commands, format patch, and it will create a patch from this one commit, formatted for SVN, and committers from WordPress who do feel comfortable with SVN can then just take that patch and commit it.
And that's where I was telling him. I said, when we're working here, we're working in Git. But when it comes time to commit it, that's where I'll pull it in, apply the patch in SVN. Actually, I have a utility, a client that I used for that. I'm much more comfortable in that than playing around directly in the command line with SVN. Git, no problem, but SVN I'm not comfortable with yet enough to do it that way.
Yeah. So what I've done now, I've created the first commit. Now I'm going to rebase that branch which we created for the actual patch on top of this commit. Mm-hmm. And it should actually automatically get rid of half of these commits. So let's just let it do that. And you can actually see, commit, allow empty. It basically says, okay, there's nothing to commit here. And it should probably say that for the next one as well. It doesn't. So what is it telling me? Mm-hmm. That's different. Oh, that's just one of those imaginary merge conflicts where once my div client gets started up, it says, oh, 0 differences. I fixed them all automatically. In this case, there is actually a weird... Well, it says there is a difference, but there isn't. Oh, gosh. Stop complaining. Silly things. Right. And this is basically where it says conflict resolution. So it doesn't do it all correctly. So here you see it's duplicated things. So I'm going to remove that commit. It actually does that itself, but yeah, in a separate commit, so we don't want that. So let's remove those. But it's confirmed that everything we wanted in that first patch is in the first patch. So now we have the second patch where we have the tests, we have the PHP 8.1 fix, we have a tiny Girl Scouting where we fix up an existing comment, and some Girl Scouting where we make a condition more readable.
Yep.
So I'm just going to reset that again because we're going to just squash that all into one commit and use the commit window again to write it up in a nice, tidy way.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Okay, and Isaac is saying he might have to leave soon. Well, the commit I did this. Okay, 2 things. One, the ticket on track where we were working on. If you're on track and you're logged in, you can actually subscribe to that ticket. So let me show that
bottom.
on the Yeah. I'm not.
You're
I'm
not
not logged
logged
in.
in.
Okay. If you are logged in,
Yep.
you will see a subscribe button here at the bottom.
Just click
If
on
you
that.
subscribe, you get updates on that ticket. And one of the updates you'll see is that at some point on, I will create a PR on WordPress, and then that PR will get linked to the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably going to be later today. So if you look later today or somewhere over the weekend at the pull requests on the WordPress develop repository with author JRFNL, you will find this particular PR, so you can have a look at the final commits. So
Does that sound
yeah,
good, Isaac?
feedback.
Yeah, so we're going to finish up here. It won't take us too much longer to finish the commit messages, create the PR, and then that'll close out this session today. But yeah, once it gets, go ahead and take a look at it once we get that PR created. Awesome.
Okay, so now we need to describe the other one. So first of all, it's function recurse dir file of dir size. Hang on, PHP 8.1 recursion fix auto-vivification from false to array.
That's pretty impressive that you even spelled it right.
You have no
I'm
idea.
always,
I've seen this word already by now.
You know how many times I have to copy that one? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm already going to put the ref in there for what the problem is. And where is the get transient function? Have I got that open still? No. Let's open that one. Get transient. Generally speaking, if there are external references to further documentation, further reading people can do when they want to evaluate this PR, or even when they do digging in the history of WordPress and find, hang on, this commit, I need more context. It's useful to have references. So if there's anything which clearly explains the context of a PR, I will add reference at the bottom of the commit message. So I've now put those links in already.
Woohoo! Very helpful.
I didn't have any all that relevant links for the dir name fix, because with dir name it doesn't actually, in the PHP documentation, as we saw when we looked at it, it doesn't actually document or describe the behavior with Windows, and that it goes into that infinite loop.
Yep.
Then again, hey, we can fix the PHP documentation.
That's right. We can.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Actually, maybe we should.
Yeah.
Let's do that after we finish this.
Yeah, let's get this done first. Isaac's asking a question. I think both of us can answer this question. He asked me specifically, but both of us can. Would it be a good idea to go back and check at episode 1 throughout these sessions? Is there beginner level stuff in some of the older? So would it be great to go back and watch all these sessions? Sure. I put in each one of them, I broke it out. There's timestamps in them, except for the last one. I still have to finish that yet. But most of them, I have that in there, and then you can pick specific topics that you might want to go through. It also gives you links to tickets if you want to see it. So yes, there's plenty of learning in all of those. We take the time, as we did in this one, to stop and explain. Right? So if there's something that we thought needed to be explained, we would stop. If people asked us a question, we'd stop. But sure, there's learning in all of those. Anything you want to add to that?
Well, is there more beginner level stuff? No.
No.
The sessions are varied. I mean, there is some are sessions like today where we literally look at something and debug it from scratch. There are other sessions where patches were already prepared and we review them and talk through them, discuss whether it's the right fix or not.
Right.
There's also sessions which are more strategy sessions where we look at the wider context of something and we know something needs to be fixed, but what are our options and how do we need to go about that? But if you're talking really how to start with PHP, no, those sessions don't exist, not in our live stream.
No, not in ours.
They do exist elsewhere, and yeah, but generally speaking, we try to use our knowledge where it's most needed, and that's often the more difficult problems.
Yeah. Right. And a
Yeah.
lot of the things we've been working on are PHP 8.1 type of incompatibility fixes where we get to stop and explain a lot of that stuff, but it's not beginner level stuff. We've had sessions to where we were working on test suite and we brought in different individuals to work on that. So you can see not only us, but there's working sessions where we're bringing people in to work on specific things that we can then talk through it as a team, discuss, collaborate, and then we bring in other folks to let's work on documentation now. So you can gain a lot of context around how that collaboration works, how we work through these things at a high level, but there's not beginner level stuff, I don't think, in there.
Yeah, and it's also, just like I mentioned just now, hang on, we saw there's actually something missing in the PHP documentation. Let's fix that in a minute as well. Also showing that a patch isn't always just a patch. You sometimes also have to fix up documentation elsewhere, might need something in the make handbook which needs to be done. It's the wider context of how do you contribute. Well, when is a fix complete? When
Right.
is something you can have a technical fix, but that may not be the whole story.
That's right.
And we try to show the whole story. But yeah, it's not, I mean, contributing to the PHP docs, again, you could consider that beginner level because it's not hard. You just need to edit them.
Yeah.
But I can also imagine that is intimidating for a lot of people because we're talking about the PHP manual.
Yes. Now, there have been conversations, and we actually have done direct work in the handbook of WordPress core. Yeah. So that's not advanced stuff. That's stuff that you can go and see what was that process like. How did we go through that process? And you can go and see. A lot of it is how do you contribute at some of these levels too? Yeah.
At the same time, the things we did do in the handbook were adding concepts which might be more advanced for people, which were missing from the handbook.
Yep.
And Isaac has still got another question here.
Sure, let me put that. We've got a couple of things here. Go ahead.
So the question is there another amazing livecast like this one, but more focused on JavaScript or Gutenberg?
There are some hallway, what do they call them? Hallway Hangouts. And there's actually a channel on YouTube that's called Hallway Hangouts. And that particular one is FSE focused but that's more showing and demonstrating how different functions work, different features, of Gutenberg work, and then bringing in different users to get feedback. The actual, like what we're doing here, I know there are some folks that have created little snippets of things to where they're talking about how do you build a blog, how do you do this, how do you do that. There are some of those out there. You could even go into the core editor channel and making WordPress and ask that question, and some folks can share those with you. I know that there are a few folks in there contributing to Gutenberg who are out there streaming. So, yeah.
At the same time, I mean, yes, we may not do the specific beginner level things. By following these live casts regularly, you will automatically pick up a lot of things. I mean, in the end, a lot of this type juggling stuff, which we're talking about, is actually basic PHP knowledge, which I'm sad to say, even a lot of experienced PHP developers do not know well enough.
Yeah.
But it is the very basics of the language.
Yes, it is. So if you're looking to learn a lot more, not only about WordPress core, but PHP itself, how PHP works, and so on, this is a great place to come. If you're looking also for how to do collaboration, how to do different types of commits, how to find different pieces of information, how to assess code and so on, testing and so on, this is a great place to come to see us working here.
And also to learn more about different tools people use in their different workflows.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we largely use our default tools, but we will vary that once in a while as well, just to show the different tools out there and to show that there are options and you need to choose whichever one is most comfortable to you.
Right.
Well, we're not streaming every week. Isaac is saying maybe not every week.
Yeah.
That he'll be back. Well, you're very welcome to come back, and we're looking forward to having you again.
Yeah,
But we're not
definitely.
every week. It's every 2-3 weeks most of the time,
Yeah.
and we generally announce on Twitter and in the PHP channel, Core PHP and the Core Test channel.
And course test channels.
Yeah.
Yeah. So make sure that just come on into those, and then you'll see or follow one of us on Twitter, and you'll see that we do announce it. So,
Yeah.
And also you can just subscribe to this channel that you're on right now, and it'll notify you that, hey, they got a new one scheduled. So
Hey,
there you go.
Tonya, we should put our Twitter handles in the chat.
Oh, they're
already-
actually in the description of each and every one of the episodes. Right in the description is how you can find us, not only on Twitter, but also our WordPress profiles too. So, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah.
Boom.
Right. Let's get back to the commit message.
All right. Let's finish her up.
I was thinking of how to write up what authentication is and what's changed. And then I'm thinking, you know what? In
Just
the
link
RFC,
it.
it's described. So let's just copy from the RFC.
Yeah.
And then I obviously need to make that readable with some backticks. The above quote is from the PHP 8.1 RFC, and the accepted RFC changes the behavior spelling described above to deprecate auto creation of arrays from false. As it is deprecated, it will still work for the time being, but as of PHP 9.0, this will become a fatal error, so we may as well fix it now. Right, let me see. To describe the issue, this the recurse dir size function retrieves a transient as the basis of and places it in the directory cache variable, but the get transient function in WordPress returns false when the transient doesn't exist, which subsequently can lead to the above mentioned deprecation notice. By verifying verifying that the directory cache variable is an array before assigning to it and initializing it to an empty array if it's not, we prevent the deprecation notice as well as harden the function against potentially corrupted transients where this transient would not return the expected for array format, but some other variable type. Includes adding unit tests for both the adding dedicated unit tests for both the PHP 8.1 issue as well as the hardening against corrupted transients. Does that describe it well enough?
Let me look.
Includes some goal scouting, touching up parameter comments of a parameter description and some code layouts.
Yeah, I think you described that very well, actually.
And this should probably get a dash. Okay. In that case, we've got the test, we've got the fixture, we've got the fix, commit. Now, as we've sorted everything out in clean commits, I can remove and delete my temp branch because that was only to get certain things sorted.
Yep.
I can actually drop the last stash as well because that's just taking up space in the screen which we don't need to be taken up. Mm-hmm. So there we go. Then I can push it. Yeah. And let's open a PR.
Yay!
Oh, hang on. Did I send it to the right repo? I presume I did. Yeah, that should be the right repo. Now, why is it not showing up?
You're not logged in.
Oh. Yes, I'm not logged in.
I just did that. Right. Yeah. I just did that on track and went, why can't I see this? Oh, I got to log in. So I just did it too.
Well, luckily it shows stars for password, so I can actually log in without a problem. And yes, I'm using two-factor authentication, so give me a moment while I get the code.
I put our faces over that, even though it's temporary. There we go.
That's very sweet of you, but that code is only a one-time
It's
use
a
code.
one-time use.
So, yeah, no chance of that
No.
being a security risk. Okay, so compare and pull request. Let's do it.
Do it.
Okay, I don't have to do milestone or labels because that's just not something. The things aren't being committed from this repository. They are being committed from SVN. What I am going to do is take both commit messages, just copy them, and paste them into the description. And I'm going to grab the ticket URL, add that, and then there's a second ticket, the PHP 8.1 ticket, which I also want to and make sure it's mentioned.
Or else someone like me will miss that and go, darn it, I wanted to include that.
And to keep things readable, I'm going to add some hashes to make certain things headers.
Yep.
Now, how do I describe this at the top? I basically want those two function names.
Yep.
That function name and this function name. Yo. Fix Windows infinite loop plus fix PHP 8.1 deprecation. And then I'm going to keep the track number at the top there as well. So anyone looking at this can clearly see it belongs there. Okay. That should do it.
Yep,
if we go to the ticket, let's see if it shows up. Yay! The one thing is those ticket notifications from GitHub do not trigger an email to the subscribers.
That's
so
correct.
We should probably now leave a comment.
Yep, that's what I'm actually doing here.
Yeah, to
ask
tell
them to
people.
touch.
Yeah, to have a look at this and test.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull the other part up so I can find everybody. Get the PR.
And Jan Til was one of the reports for the empty path. And let me see. Eco Junior should definitely also get credit for his suggestion of checking last path against current path.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just putting a comment in to tell them what we've got here real quick.
Absolutely.
Where's the other gentleman? Let me see for the Unix side of things. There it is. That one.
What are you looking for?
18. I got it. I just needed to grab a copy of the comment. I don't remember which one. Got it, though. It's 18.
There's quite a few people who have actually commented, but it is in the milestone. Yeah, it would be good if some people would test it in a live situation to make sure that the fatal error they are seeing doesn't occur in their site context. But I mean, with the unit test, what we've done, we basically safeguarded it. I mean, this can't happen anymore.
That's right.
And it's quite a different patch from the original one.
Yeah, very, very much
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Let's see. Same teach. Quite a number of people who have commented that they had problems, so pinging all of them. Oh, and
Well, I mean, anyone who's commented should automatically get an email, so you don't actually need to mention them all.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep, I know. Outside, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I've got them, and then I'm just going to start with just the two.
Let me grab the PHP docs repo and do a poll, so it has a moment to update. Because no doubt quite a lot of PRs will have been merged since the last time I contributed to the docs, which is actually not that long ago.
Yep.
Still, 3,000 objects.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a patch that fixes it. Then needs testing. I'm also setting a time expectation so folks know that we'll wait a week. We want to give people time, but after a week, I'll go ahead and move forward with the commit. So,
yeah, that makes total sense. That if you don't do that, people might, not realize that there is a time a limit to it.
I'm going to go ahead and remove the needs testing just because we've tested it, but we do want feedback from others just to make sure. Okay, and I'll go ahead and submit that. It's just a very simple. I only pinged 2 people, but then I just said everyone else. So the reporter and one other person just to give some feedback. Like you said, everybody who's watching or who has commented on this thing should get this notification now. So, okay, there we go.
Excellent. Shall I refresh this page to see what your comment is?
Oh, sure. It's pretty simple. I'm just waiting for all the GitHub.
It's up yet.
Just waiting for all the GitHub jobs to get done, and then we'll know that everything looks good on.
Yeah, let's have a look at actions. Yeah, it's the CS is already passed. It's just on the tests now, and yeah, we have a lot of test builds. The fact that 8.1 is failing is not something I'm concerned with at the moment.
Me neither.
On those 8.1 builds, there should be less failures now because we fixed 6 failures. So the only thing I'm going to look at for now is to see that those failures are no longer there.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Uh-oh. What's that?
This is another bug in the test suite, and I don't think there is something going on there, but I think that is to do with how that those notices aren't being suppressed correctly by um, the test suite,
Right.
and not necessarily mm, with how we've added it.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, I mean, some of the other tests also have deprecation notes and are not showing this, which is annoying and interesting. So, what are they doing differently?
Yeah.
Okay, this is something we should probably still look into. But notification from false for the tests we were looking at are no longer there.
Good. All the other checks have now finished all the other jobs, so.
Okay. Yeah, but this is weird.
That one's weird. Yes.
What the hell? Hang on. Haha. I think I know what's happening here.
Is Core calling this and then passing?
No? Okay. This is going to be hell to figure out. But I think there will be another test which is calling this function incorrectly
Mm-hmm.
and is now getting a deprecation notice and is not setting an expectation for the deprecation.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's our test. I think it's one of the other tests.
Oh, lovely.
So
Somewhere in the stack. Mm-hmm.
yeah, we're gonna see if we can find the notice in this error log as well.
Is that'll point us better?
So yeah, otherwise we're gonna have to really do some digging on where the hell that function is being called.
Mm-hmm.
It should probably be in the failures, not in the errors. Then again, let's see. It's not in the failures. Then it might be in unexpected output, which would mark a test as risky. No. Oh, for crying out loud.
Where is it?
The skip is not the relevant bit. How are we going to find out which test is doing this? It is test 7,640
Oh, gosh.
something. Okay. Call me very sneaky.
Yeah, go for it. I'll call you sneaky.
And this is just creative thinking. I'm not sure if we're going to get this working. Presuming that what I'm saying is right, that the problem is another test, not one of our tests. Because if we look at our tests, let's go back to them. Even if I turn off test docs, our tests are not causing this error. We could have another look at the multi-site version of the tests. Again, remove test docs. Check if it's one of those, because that would be the obvious one.
It's not going to be one of those because. Oh wait, never mind.
No,
I am on
it's
multi-site here, so
I'm on multi. Well, it's not one of those.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna suggest, and as I say, this is pretty darn sneaky, is there is a function in PHP called get debug stack trace, and I'm hoping that I've got the right function name. Okay, debug backtrace or debug print backtrace. So if we do a debug backtrace and a var export of the debug backtrace and tag that onto the deprecation notice, then when that gets printed in the output,
we should get that backtrace. Yeah.
We should be able to figure out from the backtrace where it's coming from.
Yeah.
And I need different bits and pieces, so I'm just going to copy paste that and debug backtrace.
Now it looks to only be on the multi-site tests, by the way. Just if that's a clue, because I'm going backwards and checking the single test and it's not happening there.
Okay.
Much smaller test suite.
So first we have to debug backtrace. Let me see, what does it all return? And because we don't want everything. Or do we? You know what? Let's just have everything.
Let's just have everything.
Yeah, then, well, without the parameters, because we're not going to need the parameters.
Right.
I want a var export with, which means that it's. I'm not going to do var dump, because then it's going to dump it in a way that we don't want. We want to tag it onto the actual message.
Correct.
So I'm going to do var export with the output of that debug backtrace and tell it to return the value. Okay, so this here should be what we need. So I'm literally just concatenating it onto the message.
Okay, makes sense.
Shall we go through Travis? Well, we don't really need to run the whole bloody build, do we?
We do not.
Shall I just run it locally?
Just run all the multi-site ones and see what happens.
Yeah, let's make sure that I'm on 8.1, because we saw the notes on 8.1.
It's also on all the others.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, 8.1 should be fastest anyway.
Yep.
So let that run, and yes, there's going to be more errors, but hopefully this should help us find the one we need. And give me a moment while I powder my nose.
Me too. I'll be right back.
The are running and we need to wait for that anyway.
Yeah, be right back.
Okay, let's see. We're past the point where we should have found it. So
Like
yes.
sat down at the exact same time.
Okay.
All right, what do we got?
We've got a backtrace here.
Okay. There it is.
It's actually called in post, and the test get post status.
Get post. Okay, let's go find that.
In the test post get post status setup before class. Oh bloody hell! And we can't add an expectation in setup before class. But let's have a look.
We need to just look at what it is.
Yeah. So test post get status. Test post get post status. Okay.
Okay, there it is.
Which is calling delete post. Delete post is in WP includes post.
Yeah, it's during the forced deletion of the parent and unattached post object. So that's interesting.
Well, it's a good thing there's a test, which actually calls our attention to this. So we have line 3,000 something and 6,000 something. Okay.
What was that exact line number? Oh.
3178.
Okay.
3178.
Oh, okay. So that's in the delete attachment.
Yeah, and then the next line number was 6166. Go 6166. In the delete attachment, it calls clean dir size cache with file, and file is get attached file
Let's
with
see what
post
that
ID.
does. Get attached file can return false or a string.
Let's put it up on screen.
Darn it. Oh, well, look at this. We can just make core better, too.
Yeah, not just a little. The weird thing is, why would it return false? But it's seriously not really our concern.
No, it's not.
If we look at it, the fact that it can return false, even though, I mean, if you're going to delete an attachment and the attachment file doesn't exist,
there's nothing more to do.
Yeah, but if you're going to delete an attachment file, so basically if file,
yep,
or rather if full is okay, let's be fair. Let's practice good practice.
Yes, please.
It's string or false, and it's a string file path.
Yep.
So, and we know we're going to check for false. For a string.
For string. Yep.
So, if it's a string.
Yep.
And we're on multi-site.
There you go. Then do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no reason to run through that.
Yeah. So
run it again. Let's see what happens when you do that. Well, hold on. Yeah, keep the backtrace.
Well, no, not just that. Let's just run it for that particular one. Let's make sure. Okay, hang on. Let's make sure if we run that test in isolation, that class, fails. We actually see the bug.
Well, actually, it's not failing. It's just throwing the notice.
Yeah, but we see the bug if we run it in isolation.
Yep.
Now let's run it with the fix. And we're still seeing it.
Still seeing it. So now what's coming back at that point?
Yes, so let's okay, like this. We're checking both the value of path as well as letting the backtrace, and I'm adding some new lines for readability.
Good.
And it does say that it received a string. So maybe it's an empty string.
Yeah, could be.
That would still be, bloody stupid. Why would, seriously, if you get the attached file, why would that ever return an empty string?
Well, there is a filter on there. There's get post meta, which returns. So if unfiltered, then it just returns whatever comes back from get post meta. We'd have to backtrace that to see. But anyway, what did you get?
An empty string, basically.
Oh, it was an empty string coming back? Okay.
Well, that's what it looked like. Here. it's not showing anything.
Okay, so there you go. Then it's a string and it's not empty. Then go.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. I mean, you give me a string, you're giving me an empty. I've got no processing that I need to do. Now that I don't know why you would ever get an empty string back, but if you did, you definitely don't want to be calling that. It's wasteful.
It's just weird that it would even ever get into that state.
Yeah, there we go.
The fact that we need this is
bothering me, but that actually doesn't surprise me too much that we would have something like that. I bet you if we went backwards, we'd find a lot of that as we start putting more and more input validation in place.
Oh, you mean that we get this error?
Well, that we get these types of errors. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That doesn't surprise me either. But the fact that get attached file could return an empty string is bothering me.
Yeah. So if we go and we look at the function get attached file, which is in the cell.
Yeah, which I already have open here.
Okay, great. It's just pulling from the get post meta. So depending upon what was put in that get post meta for that attachment tells us that's the file.
Yeah, but it then filters it. And I wouldn't be surprised if the test filters it.
Yeah. Or if it's unfiltered, it's just going to return that file too. So it depends upon how the test is setting up to set data in that get post meta, or if it isn't getting something left over from another test too. Potentially, I don't know.
And let's have a look at
let's go and look at how the test is set up.
It's filtering anything specific here, and I don't see it adding any filters here.
Nope. I see an attachment.
It is mocking those attachments.
Yep.
So I'm not surprised that it fails in the test suite.
There it is.
But more than anything, if I'm honest, this is a bug in the test suite.
It's a bug in the test suite, yes.
And we're fixing it in source. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's wrong to fix it in source.
We do need to fix it in source too, because it could return false.
Yeah.
And it should never return an empty, but it could return false.
Yeah, I am going to reverse those conditions there. I think multi-site should go first.
Yep. Yeah, for the test, we need to definitely take a look to see what's wrong with the test or how we want to mock these things.
We know there are some of the mocking being done in the WordPress test suite is incomplete, which means that things like this will happen.
Absolutely.
I'm not surprised. Again, it is something which bugs me, but it's not something which is within the scope of what we're looking at today.
Yep.
I don't think we need to fix that. The fact that get attached file could return an empty string or a non-string is something which is, while it should be an exceptional case, it's a valid safeguard to put in place.
It is a valid safeguard because literally that attachment there may not be a file there. So if there's not a file there, false is going to come back. And then you're going to get that notice. Which in that case, that's not the notice we want because it literally there is no file for whatever reason.
Yeah, the one thing I'm wondering is, should we see if we can add a test for what we've now changed? Then again, it is already being hit in the test suite.
It's already being hit in the test suite.
Yeah. It's hit in the setup, which let's see if there's dedicated tests for this particular method of a function. If there are, I'm tempted to.
Yes, we should add a test if there are.
If there are no dedicated tests for this particular method, then address it when that method gets tested.
There are tests for spattered throughout, or it's used in multiple places. Let's put
that doesn't mean there's tests.
I don't think there's a
Yeah,
What's
the
attachment?
picture test, it should be in the post. Yeah, so the test posts attachments. That's the one. That's the one file where I would look now to
I would
see.
expect it there, but we'll see.
Uh,
Post attachments were there. I'm there now.
well, that's what came up in my search anyway as one of the files where it's called.
Test, insert, image, delete.
Yeah, no, this is
Now delete. I
not a
mean,
good enough test to be considered that method is being tested, that
that
function
is
is being
true.
tested.
That is true.
So to create a complete test suite for this function, I mean, this function is, God, 100 lines long.
Hmm.
That needs a hell of a lot
A
more
lot of
tests.
tests.
So I'm gonna take the executive decision that we're not gonna add a test for this.
I
For now,
agree. For
we're
now,
not
we'll
gonna.
go back later.
It is something which should get a test when this method
Correct.
this function gets proper test.
Correct. Now, the setup showed us that, wait a minute, that there could be false that comes back. It might not exist. I would never expect empty, but since it's filterable, that's possible out there in the wild that could happen. So this is a safer way of doing it, what we just did now, because there's literally no reason to go and call that function if it's empty or it's not a string.
So function adds safeguards for get it. Okay. For invalid return from get attached file. The get attached file function is supposed to return the path to the file, but could one return false if the attachment doesn't exist. To return literally anything, as there is a filter on the value being returned. As we've now put a safeguard of put input validation in place for the clean dir size cache function, passing anything but a non-empty string to this function to the
Can you undo?
No, I've not.
Damn it.
Normally, you do. What is it? The Control Z. Z is undo, and then what's the redo again?
Yep.
I don't know the key combination by heart, and I've not found one which works.
Oh, okay. That really sucks.
Yeah, but could okay. Let's do this again.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'm checking all the other usages.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
That was the next thing I was going to suggest. Flaw in the mocking being done in the test suite. Debugging websites, the scope of the current patch. At the same time as this, based on the above points, this could potentially happen in a real world situation as well. Putting additional check. Okay. The getAttached file function is supposed to return the path to the file, but could return false if the file doesn't exist. To return literally anything else as a filter is being applied to the value on return.
Correct.
As we've now put input validation in place on the clean DIR-side cache function, passing anything but a non-empty string to clean DIR-side cache will return in a doing it wrong message. Or error notice. This was exposed by the test method which started generating unexpected output, the doing it wrong message during the test run. While this indicates that there's a flaw in the mocking being done in the test suite, debugging that is outside of the scope of the current patch. At the same time, as based on the above points, this could potentially happen in a real world situation as well.
Yes.
Add additional conditions to the if before calling clean dir size cache function. The clean the if in the WP delete attachment function before calling the clean dir size cache function is warranted.
Yes.
Oops. As there are no tests for the WP delete attachment function at all at this time, we're not adding a test specifically for this change for now. This should, however, be addressed in the future when tests will be added to cover the WP delete attachment function completely. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. Yes.
Okay, commit. I'm gonna reset the file where I added the debug because we're not gonna need that now.
Correct.
And I'm gonna push this up to the PR. And then in the PR, I'm gonna make a change. Okay, hang on. Here, let's go to the PR. Because I've now added a third commit, and that commit has not been mentioned yet. So I'm going to copy this commit message and add it to the description in the PR. So that at least when someone looks at this and wants to read up what am I going to be looking at code-wise, the description for the PR is complete.
Is there. Correct.
Yeah. So now we're gonna have to see if the test and if they're not showing the notification, but I don't expect them to because we basically validated what we were doing.
Right.
So
that particular example that we just went through also exists in two other places in core that are dealing with the upload directory, which can return false, or it can also it should return an array, although the array is filtered. So the part of that array might be there, might not be there.
Come again. Where are you talking?
Go ahead and just do a global search for that function, and you'll see there's two more instances in source.
Yeah. There's one in admin includes file.
There's one in file. Hold on. You got the clean one is the one you're searching for, right?
Yeah.
The clean dirt. Yeah. So there's not in test. I'm talking in source.
Yeah, I'm looking in the source.
Okay, I see you looking there. Yeah, there's three instances of it. One is in file.php. The other one is also in functions.php, and they're both wrapped around a multi-site as a conditional.
Yeah, but no other condition.
No other condition. But let's just take a look at them, and we'll talk our way through it because they're both the same. Okay. Okay, so that particular one.
Where's new file declared?
Scroll back
not
up.
A problem.
Now go back up with you've got your uploads there. I'm just kind of looking at it as I go up. That's where I was saying from the WP uploads directory, it can return.
One of those functions which should be classed again.
I know.
Okay.
I know. It's crazy.
Where do you want me to
go
look?
to a line about? Oh, wait a minute! I'm in the wrong spot now because I've opened up multiple things. Hold on. There. Okay. Oh give you a line number here in a second. New file, go up to path, not that one. Go to line 2799 in that file.
In the file.php
Wait, which one are you in? Oh, you're in file. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in functions. Yeah, file is in, go back
File,
up, 948. 948. Keep going, up. 948. Keep going, up. And you'll see right there.
948.
Uploads right there. Okay, and that's what's being used to create that concatenation, right, for a new file. So it expects an array to come back and have that key. Okay, but what can come back is either false or an array that's filtered. So in other words, we may not get that key that comes back.
All the same, that's not a problem.
Yeah, because we still have a string.
No matter what, it will be a string with a slash in it.
Exactly.
Even if file name is whatever, null, false, if uploads path doesn't exist. I mean, okay, that's a whole different problem if it doesn't exist. But no matter what.
But not for what we're doing.
With the concatenation, there will always be, if nothing else, a string with just one slash.
Yep.
And that new file is not being changed anymore.
Not anywhere else. Right.
So
yep,
when it's passed here, it's absolutely, I mean, okay, there's probably a lot of other things wrong with the function. But this is not the risk.
Exactly. The other one that exists follows that exact same pattern. So that's more my point I was trying to show was there are other issues in there, but not affecting the change we just did here for input validation on this function.
Yeah,
so we're okay.
On screen. Reconfirm what you're saying. Okay.
Oh, for the other one? Yeah, right there.
Here it is multi-site. Clean there, so it's got new file. We go up, new file.
There it is. Again, same thing.
Same thing. There will always be a slash, so it's always going to be a non-empty string.
Correct.
And it's actually, going to be a non-empty string, which will be recognized as if it's a path.
Yeah.
Even if that may not be fully correct.
It may not be fully correct, but at the same time, it's not going to throw the doing it wrong, and it's going to flow through. So, yeah. We're fine for the other instances.
Yep. Thanks for checking that.
Yep.
So basically, I think we can say, well, let's see how the action runs are doing. The PHP unit runs are still running. We need to look specifically at 8.1 multi-site. More and more, whenever I refresh, more green are coming in.
Green grass of home.
Basically, let's just look at multi-site. It's wow. This is not what we need to be looking at. This is the one we need to be looking at. And that one is already finished. It was around 700 something, of 7,000 something. Okay, the message is no longer there, and yeah, the rest. I mean, we knew there are other errors, but that message, which is what triggered us to look further, is no longer there. And if we look at clean dir size. If I look and search for that in the page, it doesn't exist. So there's nothing, even in the errors or the other notifications here,
right?
Which would make me wonder whether there's something else there we need to look at.
I think we're good. So I think we're done with that one, and it's ready for everybody to test and give feedback to.
Okay.
All right. this is an example, if anyone's still sticking with us at this point, of wait until all of your stuff passes. And even if it's green, open it up and go and look at the job, because you might have some notices in there.
Well, in this case, because it was 8.1 and 8.1 is failing anyway, we needed to verify anyway.
Yeah.
So
Well, and actually,
soon enough, hopefully, we will say that 8.1 is no longer allowed to fail, so it will literally just say your build is failed.
right. Now, another way that we could have done it is run all the multi-site tests, and then that would have thrown the notice locally to show us, uh-oh, we got something here. So
Actually, no, because the tests are being run in various groups, so then I'd have to do several runs. All the same, I mean, more than anything, I think this was a demonstration of rabbit holes.
that's right.
Start looking at one thing, and then there's a knock-on effect. Like, okay, so now we've discovered a bug further down the line because we added the input validation.
Mm-hmm.
We added the input validation because it would guard against another bug.
That's right.
So, yeah, it's just the knock-on effects. The fixes generally aren't just fixes, aren't
They're
just
not.
simple. There's always
not.
more.
There's a domino effect as you start to go down that rabbit hole of things, and that's good.
Yeah.
It's good that there was something there to catch that.
Absolutely.
Even though the mocking looks odd in the way it is, it caught it. So it was good for us to have that check.
Yeah. Shall we have a quick look if we can add something to the dear name page about Windows? It looks like there's already something about
There's already
Windows.
something there. Yeah, here, I'll put it back again.
Yeah. Let's have a read.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is about encoding. We need a second warning, a second caution.
Yeah, that one's just encoding. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm not sure the caution should be in the description or no. I think this caution which we want to
the return
should be at the return value.
I agree.
So let's go to the PHP docs, which yes, I have a clone of. Yes, I already created a branch. So now we need to find that particular page. Manual functions dir name, and it's one of the file system functions. So where do we find that particular file? Wow. First, let's go to where the hell did I got it? Okay, here is thing. Oops. File. Okay, so I'm going to reference and then file system. Functions, and now I need to make sure that I actually can show different file types. And we want the dir name function. And then we say, hang on, okay, so everything is basically just XML. That's how the docs are built up. But we don't really want a caution. I think we want a warning, don't we?
Yes.
I'm trying to think, where did I add a warning not too long ago?
So you can copy that.
Well, copy, make sure that I use the right XML format, because I don't edit these docs on a daily basis. So I don't know by heart all the different syntaxes they use. And I know I did edit the docs at some point and added a warning somewhere. So let's just look and see if we can find that. Docs. Let's see if I'm just gonna look if I can find my previous PR and see where I added. Okay, it was escape shell where I added a warning. Okay, so warning and then this is basically the syntax.
That's it.
And we
Go
want
down to the return.
Return value, yes. Is it the right indentation? No. Right, now I have the right indentation. Now what do we want to say in this warning? Be careful when using this function in a loop on Windows, as the disk root. Okay, that needs to look differently. That needs to be like this. The backticks don't work. C. Okay, as during name C will return, and then I again need that literal. Will return
C.
C. Does that make sense?
All right, so when using this function in a loop on Windows, as this will return C. Yep, infinite loop.
Yeah, which could result in an infinite loop.
There you go. That way it's very clear as to the problem. Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Now I'll see how you push that up there and so on. This will be the first time I've seen you go through this process on there.
First thing here, we can see that I've got tabs instead of spaces, so let's fix that up. And there are some checks I could run on the command line to verify, but those are also being run by the system. So I'm just gonna, knowing that I have actually done the indentation correctly, I think, yeah, I'm fairly certain that this will be okay format-wise.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have very long lines. They're very strict with that. This should yeah, no, I think this should be all right. And if not, they'll tell me.
Yeah.
And the point is, why we're making this pull request is this really can cause problems. And it would be good to have a warning about this in manual.
That's right.
So I'm going to say warning, dear name, add warning about risk of infinite loop on Windows. And I don't think I even want to add more information because the warning
it's all in there. Yeah. Yep, I think that's it.
So I'm just gonna push that up, and let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna push it to my fork, similar as I did for WordPress. I mean, it's no different. Good. And I'm just gonna create a pull request.
As soon as it shows up.
It should show up. Why the hell isn't it showing up?
Hello?
I am logged in now. Why isn't
Where
this
are you? Where'd you push it?
I pushed it to my fork. So
Yep, you're okay. Okay, good.
no. Compare across forks so that we can do this. Here.
There. Mm-hmm.
There.
There you go.
Okay, create pull request.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just add a note. Syntax correct. Hey, I do contribute to the docs, but I don't do it on such a regular basis that I know for sure that I've got the syntax correct.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just put it in there, and now there's a pull request to the manual of PHP Core.
Awesome.
That
is awesome.
Next of fixing this bug.
Yeah.
Should we mention this in the ticket?
Yes. Yeah, link it in.
So let's get that link. Oh yeah, I'm not logged in. Ha. Shall I log in?
Log in.
Yeah, okay. Let me do that off screen in this case.
Yes.
Just for extra safety, as yes, the fact that I have commit rights does mean certain extra responsibility and carefulness with passwords and everything.
Well, heck yeah.
So let me copy that link again. And for your info, as a side effect of the debug efforts related to this ticket, a PR has been opened for the PHP core manual to warn about the use of dir name in a loop in a Windows context and the risk of getting into an infinite loop. Ref, and then the link.
There you go.
And I'll just
binds it all together.
Yeah.
No, there we go.
Right, I think we've done what we needed to do.
It's funny because when we were talking about this yesterday, we're like, this would probably take us 2-3 hours. We knew we were going to go down some rabbit holes with this one. We just knew.
Most of it actually did take us 2-3 hours. We spent some extra, the last hour we spent on writing that commit message, which we could have done off screen, which we could have done later. And that it's just, as we were here now anyway.
Let's just get it done.
But yeah, the actual fixing and debugging was the time frame we actually estimated 2.5 to 3 hours.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, getting it completely buttoned up and ready to go took a little extra effort, and we went above and beyond. We found, whoops, wait a minute. We needed some more validation in there before you pass, and then opening up an issue into the docs manual. Hey, that's great. Look at us contributing contributing upstream.
If we're talking, as we're talking about contributing upstream anyway, and some people may have seen it flash across the screen already, For those people who don't know, this Thursday and Friday, as in this coming week, Thursday and Friday, there is an online conference, which is a conference with a difference. There's not, it's aimed at a tech crowd, but they're not specifically tech-oriented talks. So you might have a talk about documentation by our own star Milana, or you might see a talk about Scrum and why you should or shouldn't use it. You might see a talk about how to sort out the lights you have in your home office.
That's right.
So there are talks which are related to being a developer, but not directly about the tech involved in developing. And if you want to see more of us, we'll be there too. And we'll be talking about no open source project is an island.
And we just proved it today, didn't we?
Yeah, and we've definitely demonstrated that today. So, Tonya, if you want to put the link in YouTube again, because hey, my putting links in YouTube doesn't work for me. So, if you want to put the link in conference.online, and then people can have a look. You can also follow them on Twitter, Conference21, as you can see here. And I'd highly recommend it. It's definitely a different conference from most tech conference, but they're good people, and they're actually, and I know they always really work on getting high quality talks there and have a good atmosphere. You'll be able to talk with all the speakers in a Discord channel. So yeah, go and visit.
Go visit. We'll tweet out once we know what the schedule will be for us, so that you know when we're going to be on there talking about what you've been seeing us do all along in this live stream, which sometimes we need to go upstream, downstream, but there's a domino effect. So having a conversation about that is good.
Absolutely.
Come join us.
Okay, I think that's it for today then, isn't it?
I think it is. I think we did a lot today, and we got a fix in this thing. Woo! And we got input validation in too. We're starting that to show what that will look like for folks.
Yeah, we're just doing our thing. Making work better.
Hey, look who just showed up or has been here, and he just didn't pop in to say hi.
Hi, Colin.
Good to see you. Alrighty, let's wrap this one up. We'll see you all again later. We hope that you have a great rest of your day and weekend. See you in Slack.
Absolutely. See you again. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.